Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. You deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Totally surprised by the amount of waste gathered here at the Polygonal Beach, which is near the estuary. You can find everything here from plastic waste, medicine, sachet rubbers, shoes. Yeah, I can see a shoe right here, and old clothes. They are all heaped on the shore, wondering where they come from right from the sea. Fishermen say they catch more plastic than fishes. We are here at the Polygonal Beach to speak to these fishermen who are affected by these plastic waste to ascertain the negative impact on their job. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. This is a GhanaWeb Special Report. Let's get talking.
When it was raining, that plastic used to come normally.
Okay.
And they cut plenty. But when it doesn't be a rain season there, they doesn't cut that plastic. Okay. If you are, imagine, see the hour.
Now it's the rain season.
So by all means, the plastic will come plenty. They will pass through the river and the Kole Lagoon and enter the sea. So when enter the sea, that will come plenty inside the survey of the bottom of the sea. Okay. So when you throw the net or you lay the net, that pass through the bottle, that will all go come inside your net.
Wow. But then if you take a look at it, where does these plastics come from? Well, if you trace it, where do you think it comes from?
Those people, the market people, when they're selling it in the market, maybe you can't buy pure water. Yeah. You drink it, throw it on the roadside. When rainfall, all go pass through the gutter. And that, through the gutter, that will enter the river, the Kole Lagoon. Through the Kole Lagoon, that will enter the sea. Okay. So that brings the problem to us.
Because I can see that there are old clothes, there are bottles,
all these bottles you are seeing, all from the lagoon, pass through the lagoon, come inside the sea. Okay. If you go to Kokpama, go stand and see how there is. All be plastic. So then rainfall, all that plastic pass through the Kole Lagoon, through inside the sea. On the olden days, that in the drinking bottles or they are not, it's not normal day. Okay. But now there are a lot in the system, so they are creating a lot of the job, making drinks, making so. So you can normally, if you said they should stop in it, no, it shouldn't be that.
Do you come here every morning to buy fish from these fishermen?
No, normally I used to go to Tema Harbor, but once in a blue moon I used to pop in here. But when you come here, always, you don't even get the fish as quantity as you want. Because of the plastic weight, the sea used to blow to them up there. When they go for the catching, they don't get it plenty like how we want you to buy it. So it is affecting them a lot in the fish catching. So that's all what I can say. So
for this bowl of fish, I guess this one is yours. Yes. How much is it being sold to you for?
For now.
Yeah.
He said it's 70 Ghana.
70 cedis. Wow.
Yes.
Fresh fish. I think it's a bit expensive, but what do you think?
Yes, it's very expensive.
Okay.
When they get it plenty, the price will come down. But they don't get it plenty, so the price will go up.
All right.
So that's how it is because of the waste.
But what do you use the fishes for? Do you sell?
I used to sell.
All right.
Yes. So I'm going to sell it.
So looking at bringing solution to our beaches, not catching plastic for fishes, what must be done? Maybe the fishermen, the community, and even the government.
The community must help, and the government too must help to tide our country and around the beach areas for us of the plastic waste.
They always complain that all the plastic is coming from the other end, Agboglosi, where they sack the people, the Kole Lagoon. So always they are having plastic here. That's the challenges they are having here. So
the issue of plastics in our seas and on our beaches is a big issue for the country. What do you think that the people, especially those who live along the coastal communities, can do to help the situation?
Yeah. Unless maybe I will plead to the government. I will plead to the government to help them to find a solution for the lagoon. Because I can see it's not their fault here. That's what they always complain. That it's not their fault. We help them. We can clean this place very nicely. Before 1 week time, you see another plastic. So when they stop the plastic from the Kole Lagoon, I think we can have very nice beach here.
I'm a two-way no kwame how. Well, on any fire or on fire can be any. Kaja yeni ye to ayedwe e ka tia wo farm e keke ba ka ho e keke dwe pe ba wo ka je ke dwe ba e ke be dwe te nu mi ka agme ya ni kin e ke be dun mama hwe ni bi kome ni bi na hi bo cho na chukun wo wi a hu wo le boni aba pe a wo dun wo na ni e wo pe wo ya keke mu ko ba bi le nche de ba wi wo pun le ba wi e ja chi wo wi a hu no te na mu kukura ba ye bi Well, I need a cow you no cow you, brush and no baby and a board upon the beer. You are what we are. When I far, Kaji, I would do. Many by Lord, Bola can be paying. Bonnet, I can go time, I can go farming. Far, who can pay baby. What I need. You are paying baby again. You are labelling what I feel. What I need. You can go and tell Lenche. They catch you, Bebasa, left fine.
Or say Yenya and Crawford. Sound reba. Mudi contain any besiwa, your best you good.
See the container in Niho.
Contain anywhere they ever had drink.
There's some more ball and I'm Mudu.
Come and if I need the begu. I want need the begu. Yenny baby at the one need the begu. Until be here pass say ye benya container one puano ha. Eh? Na yes, the same running na ye dear goon. Cala bafako, a bear simple, a bame high effect, the same puano na, send high effect.
The bar, the ball and qua, a run.
Ah, you are need to off you chrome.
If I now shall do any
of you concoma, can you see? And then you have you got a noon. Oh, mother shall calling the city no, or mother go until you strum Mukacha Kufado. So on first camera, on for mamma for no mayor tomorrow.
No, we are sure some of the science and soon, baby. Man, I say the ball of BC has say.
Of Yamba, Bola Tanti Bakupa no Mudabesia, Bola no Yama, no Omudako, Bechata, no Mudaba. No Usta Bola, no Uduko, no Omatuska.
We are paying Tassan Papa make a show. And see Papa, I have one o'clock.
Usta Bola, no Uduko, no Matuska.
No, I am what you mind.
Oh, I'm going to meet you 2, 3, 3, 3. 5
plastics.
10 3 nadi. 10 3 nadi. And this on Kitashkabia. On Kitabia, so Kujabola now. You should have a boom puano.
On the back of the close season, remember they said you shouldn't go for fishing. When they opened the sea, would you say that you are catching more fishes now? Was it good?
Maybe. No, we are not Lord. And we are not Lord, but Lord, it be Lord who created the fish. Maybe if we Lord the sea will be locked without getting fish, without getting fish. Maybe the sea will be open to get fish. So we are not God.
But looking at your catch, you know what when it was before it was closed, you knew what you were catching. But now that they've opened it at command,
I think it's normal small.
It's normal small.
It's normal.
Okay.
It's normal small.
So with the fishes that they are catching, do you know the name of these ones? Like the long ones? What's the name of that one?
His name be Odwe.
Odwe.
The other ones, one down. Is that no? The one we lay on the. Okay. One down.
So this one, what food can you eat it with? Is this your gakenke or?
Oh, nah. It be normal fish. He used to eat every kind of food in the system. Rice, jollof, smoking it, frying it, all it will help.
We talk about what will happen. We talk about what will happen in the connection. What in your PPR, one more that.
Premise full on an outcome.
And yo, in your MPP, one more that. What on connection will be what are your 520? 600 1 million.
1 million. Our next stop is the Premix Fuel Station, where you can see a number of fishermen who are here to purchase fuel. From our earlier interactions with some of the fisher folks, they claim that getting Premix Fuel can be a challenge. They have leveled some allegations against the authorities who distribute the fuel. So we are here to speak to the head of distribution to ascertain whether these allegations are true or not. Daddy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. So we are just here. It's all about the Premix Fuel. I want to find out from you, how is business?
Premix, I got politics. Be NDCB so be I mean no many do machine JMP MPP baby NDCB Premix Kaba Amambayo Shibede yo le jage premise bepika ese cheni akeba e share many ya wo o felt mo gidigidi by few shije na on premise MPPB insure ni machine NDCB so MPPB ni insure na ami share nyuma NDCB so insure na o premise gagaba NDCB ami no ajela premise na on ejala bi na on le gaje che na gano on le eyakunwe na gano on le gaje che price chakiko government e bomodin wa agashi premise ejala ya anwe na gano on le
onya tumpo ya kwa tuma ya tuminya nampa won ye du kokro so a go for mi tuminya bi kete o tu kum na bu epum na ya kokum na ya nya na ya nya na nam no mu koi omo janya ko suro ya nya na tete ya hu de ya omo na omo na
wo so ba mu pada
omo da ba to mu chacha empo anofo nu omo na nsu le empo anofo nu ni omo de ba nu so a ntokwa so bem won ebi me pla na de no omo de omo nu call be fufu no omo ko che scan omo de ba nu so omo de scan man pe nu fo nu.
Based on the challenges listed by fisherfolks, let's take a trip to the Coastal Development Authority, CODA, where we'll speak to a head who will also tell us how best government can come in to solve the issue of plastics in our sea.
I think the first thing is for us to accept that this is a menace that has come to stay and we have to do something about it. And the responsible public authority should do something about it. What appears to be happening is that the waste accumulates in the communities or on the beaches. Then some good-spirited people once in a while get together and do something about it, but it is not in a regular public program to clean up. It should become part of our regular environmental sanitation program. The same way we clean markets and other public places, we should take out the responsibility for cleaning the beaches, especially the public beaches. When you go to the private beaches, you don't find that level of filth because somebody has responsibility and make sure the beaches are clean. In the same way, the public beaches, somebody has to take responsibility and the cleaning must become a regular feature. So therefore, for instance, the assemblies responsible for those areas must make adequate budgetary allocations to these things and organize programs to clean up. I do agree that they may not have enough of budgetary allocation, but they should take the lead in organizing such that others could come on board and regularly we clean the beaches. So until we mainstream cleaning of beaches, the problem will remain with us. I really don't think that the local communities should bear the responsibility. Most of the litter or the garbage comes from upstream.
And then some concerns that they raise is that sometimes they clean up because every day you see plastics there. Yep. But then there are no cans where they can dump it. And even with the available ones, they end up paying more. So imagine you gather rubbish which you didn't generate, but then you have to pay like 2 cedis, 1 cedi, 5 cedi for it. So on the back of that, as you stated earlier, the assembly can come on board. But then if there are no cans available, of course, where do you expect that they put their rubbish, which they say they're going to dump it right into the sea?
Municipal waste. It will always flow to the lowest area, and the communities are always in the lowest areas. So they cannot continuously be cleaning up for the guys upstream. I do know that efforts have been made by some organizations to provide some of these things. And I think as the beach menace becomes more and more of a problem, other organizations will come on board. CODA is currently planning a project to pilot a sustainable clean beach program. The idea is to set a benchmark for others to see what could be done so that sustainably we could start addressing this problem. And provision of some of these things is part of what we're planning to do.
Do you have any timeline for this project?
We want to, by the end of the year, to be able to start physically putting things down on the ground and rolling it out so that everybody can see that somebody is going to do something about this problem.
So one would say that government will be doing its best. People who live around the coastal areas too, they will say they clean up the beaches. But on the back of single use of plastic, which has been a major issue, because every time plastics are being generated, people are using it single use. Some people have called for the ban, others who are saying that we should regularize it. But then, what do you think that Ghana can do in solving this whole issue of plastic?
We should deal with the issue of plastic waste the same way we deal with all waste. It will always be generated, and as such, it must be processed into another form, either for disposal or for recycling. Every single day. Plastics will always be used. We need them in our life. But then we must identify that after we use them, they turn into a form which is not useful to us. So we have to then mainstream this business of plastic waste recycling or proper disposal. For a long time, we've just chosen to neglect it, but we can't. Now it's become so big a problem that with the markets, we sweep the markets every day. In the same way, we must develop a program for all the beaches, all the locations, everywhere. And then those responsible, we have to encourage them to take it up and then work on it on a continuous basis. It is a daily problem. So we just have to accept that as a problem, and we have to plan and implement programs to deal with it continuously.
So you're preaching recycling, so plans.
Recycling is one. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it. I don't think there's any new thing required. We have all the laws and then the regulations and whatever is required to keep our country clean already on the books. We also have institutions, agencies, individuals with mandates to enforce these things. If we just start enforcing our existing environmental sanitation rules and regulations, that basically alone will wipe out more than half of the problem. I can assure you. So it's the wake-up call should be for all of us who are supposed to be doing some kind of work in this direction to do our work, and for those who are supposed to be whipping us into line to also whip us into line. And like I said, I think the assembly should be held responsible for this beach waste thing. We must have a way of naming and shaming those who are not doing what they should be doing. And of course, we need help from media, civil society, all other advocacy groups to drum home the fact that if you generate waste and you don't deal with it, you will eventually end up living in a bola. As simple as that. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it.
I agree to that too. And then away from plastics, I know Koda is more helping people along the coastal areas when it comes to development. One of the issues that they raised, fisher folks, was that during the close season, things become very hard because they don't go fishing where they can cater for their family and all that. So they've made a call to authorities that during that time they need help. Help not in just maybe a bag of rice or tomatoes and then you are done. So looking at the bigger picture, it looks like maybe every year we'll have a close season. So what do you think can be done for these coastal dwellers?
The closing of the season is a very good thing. I mean, it allows the resource to regenerate. So ultimately, they benefit from it. But like all other human enterprises, as we work, we save. We know that there are times that we will not be able to be making income immediately. So I think people should come to the realization that it is a necessary thing that they allow the fish stock to regenerate during a certain time. And as such, they must plan for that time. Whatever they make in the 11 months, they must set something aside, knowing that there's going to be 1 month where, it won't happen.
So I want to find out as Koda, if you have embarked on any projects that has been beneficial to these coastal dwellers. At least give us a general view of what you have done, your contribution so far.
Koda has done a lot under its IPEP program, Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication program. I mean, a needs assessment was carried out at the early stages where coastal dwellers indicated what their priorities were. Some of those priorities were taken on board, and Koda implemented projects to bring those priorities to life. Koda also started, and in fact is still engaged in, a massive support program to fisherfolk, where we have a outboard motor subsidy program. You see, that fishermen who have need of engines for their boats can come to Koda. Once we identify that you are truly a fisherman, there's a massive subsidy. It's about 50% of the cost of the engine that is given to the fisher folks as support. And it's not just the engine, it's a whole program. It is the engine, it is a maintenance support program, it's a training program for how they will keep these things running very well and all that. So that is a huge support. I think there are about 5,000 engines that have been procured to support fisher folk, all the way from Axim running in front of Accra to Keta. So that is a very direct support.
Fisher folks say they are ever ready to partner with government and other private organizations to ensure that our beaches are clean and safe. They have listed a tall list of challenges facing them, right from all the things that they went through during the close season and how best governments can help to ensure that they catch more fishes instead of plastic. To you at home, in your offices, in your workplace, do well to properly dispose your waste in order not for it to end up right back into the sea. Be a citizen and not a spectator. We all can join hands to ensure that plastic waste is disposed of properly. My name is Paulina Deda Okuku, reporting for GhanaWeb.
In a town in the Volta region called Adafyenu is where I found myself. The common occupation here among the men is fishing, and the type of fishes here is called Keta schoolboys, which is locally called abobi.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. It's Vlogmas Day 5, and I'm currently here at my auntie's place right here in the village called Adafyenu. And today we are preparing a local delicacy, authentic delicacy, which is very common in the Volta region. Anyone who is from the Volta region has one way or the other eaten abobi tadi and akple. My auntie is behind there shouting at Sheriff and come and let's start it. So guys, you are coming along with me. We are going to have a local delicacy with you. So come, let's go. I hope you're enjoying this vlogmas series so far. I mean, if you are not enjoying it, enjoy it through my lens. Let's go, guys. So we are going to start by peeling off, removing the head. This is how the fish looks like. This is called abobi. It's locally called abobi. So let me know in the comment section how you call it in your local dialect. This is called abobi. And meet my auntie. Auntie Baba, hi.
Hi.
It's right, too beautiful. So here, most often we do everything together. So we are going to be removing the head. As you can see, auntie removing the head from the fish. So all you need to do is remove this. This is dried fish. This is dried Keta schoolboys. It's locally called abobi. This is how it looks like. So if you haven't seen abobi before, I mean, you get to see it today. So this is the fish we are going to use, and this is the only protein we are going to use for the stew. The ingredients we are going to use is Keta schoolboys, which is locally called abobi here, and we are going to need tomatoes, pepper, onions, and this is local salt, and we have a little cube, just a little. So this is the ingredients used for. So most of the places that we used to think that they are villages are now towns, because most people in the cities are now building luxury homes here. And so now things are changing. Like the village is now a city, it's now a town. And so my auntie was telling me that here is not a village. Definitely it's a town. It's not a village. So it's not a village, mommy.
Not at all.
So he says it's no longer a village, it's a town, it's a city. Areas like the Nu, Aflao, neighboring towns are no more villages. But yeah, Adina, Salakofa is my village, Blekusu, Tokwa,
They are all not
villages anymore. So yeah, if you haven't been in Ghana for the longest time, if you haven't been in the Volta region for the longest time, and you think some parts of the villages are villages, guys, look behind me. This used to be like a total village, but now it's like a modern home. So yeah, you are still waiting to set the fire and start cooking. So I hope you're enjoying the video so far. If you're wondering what this is charcoal. This is how it looks like. This is coal. Yeah. So this is the main ingredients, the Keta schoolboys, which is called abobi. So right now we have to roast the abobi. So we are going to start by roasting it, and Aku is going to help us. Say hi, Baba, hi.
Akumi, Baba, hi.
So Akumi doesn't speak English, but I mean, so Akumi is my sweetheart. The last time I came to the village, she was very helpful, cooking all our dishes for us, and so you all should say hi to Aku. Aku, Baba, hi. Hi. So we are going to start by roasting this together with a stick. So this is how it goes. The reason why we roast it is because to make it well done, this is raw, it's just dried, and so it's your tongue will eat you if you don't roast it. So that's what is happening now. So we are roasting it. The grinding stick, if you don't have that, you can use a blender, which is equally fine. We're going to add the tomatoes. Look at me, I'm so excited. I mean, you know, when you prepare it in the city, it's different from preparing it in the village. There is this different touch, and especially when it's coming from big aunties like this. Oh, I'm super excited. I can't wait to dig in. So we are going to grind the tomatoes together with the pepper. So after roasting it, this is how it looks. Look, you can see it's well done and it's very dry. Now it's edible. I can chew it. This is good. Very, very good. If I say I'll chew on, we won't get some to eat the meal. So this is how it looks like. Very dry, and this is a very healthy meal. And so I was asking Auntie, so we're about to start the akpeleng, but we are supposed to put the fish in the atadia, and she says that
fine.
I will fine. Okay.
I know soft.
I know very soft. So we are done with the pepper, and our bobby is also toasted, and so we are waiting to start. So Auntie is going to cover it. Because of the flies, we need to cover it with a napkin. And about to start the akpeleng. The akpeleng, I'm going to prepare it for you. About to start the akpeleng, and the ingredients we are going to need is the corn flour, which is dried maize which has been blended. So this is how it looks. It's very smooth. It looks like flour. Then we are going to use, Auntie is already holding, she's already chewing the gari. And we are going to need a little bit of gari. Some people will choose to use cassava dough, cassava dough mixed with water. I mean, it's fine. We use gari to serve as a starch because the corn dough is a little dry. So if you want it to be very soft, then you use a little bit of gari. So yeah, our hot water is on fire. We have hot water, then we had a little bit of salt. So we allow it to boil before we start mixing. So yeah, this is something I do. I cook banku all the time at home, so this is nothing new. And so yeah, we are about to start, and you're coming out. So you allow it to boil for some time, then you can now start adding your flour. That is your dried maize, which is called ewa. Say ewa. Ewa. We are going to start by Auntie, please help me pour. We are going to be pouring. So while she's pouring, you have to be stirring, else it will become a ku. How do you say a ku? Like lamps. It will be lamps. To have lamps in it. It will create lamps in it. So you mix it till it solidifies. Then you stir. I'm bringing food back to the stirring for some time. I'm going to let it boil for some time, then it will be ready. So super excited. This is how it looks now. So we are still going to keep it for some time so that we can be assured that it's well. It's ready. You can tell from the color, it looks a little creamish, and yeah, and it tastes. So our akpeleng is ready. This is how it looks. So we are going to wet the fish together with salt water. We just added a little salt water for taste. Yeah. So we add our dried roasted fish. Okay, you're washing it because of the sun. Okay.
so that there will not be any sign that your teeth will
be itching. Yeah. So our meal is ready. And we are going to eat as a family. Auntie is going to eat. Me and us with Aaron. Aaron, bring your chair. Come and let's eat. God bless the food. So this is our staple called akple with proper abobitaji. Oh. This is a typical meal right here in the Volta region.
Why are you laughing?
It's spicy.
What is funny?
And this is a family meal. It's very hot. Oh,
that's good, boys.
So we are almost done. Everybody is full. Auntie has enjoyed the meal. This is my last bit. This is one thing I'll be missing from the village. I know, right? I'm in the city. So we just cleared the table. This is the last bit. So guys, this brings us to the end of today's video. It's Vlogmas Day what? Day 6. So far so good. I'm right here in a village called Adafienu, and I just ended my meal. As you can see from my tummy, I'm super full. The food was delicious. It was good. It brought back old memories, and this is my niece that looks my smile. So yeah, this is my niece that looks like me. So this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience with you. See you tomorrow. As always, I promised you I was going to give you daily vlogs from today till Christmas. And so, see you tomorrow. The food. That food was good. Until then, until next time on my YouTube channel, I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow I have a surprise for you. I'm going fishing with the locals. We are going to see, you see the fish we had today, we are going to see it, and we are also going to the market. So tomorrow is a good day. Stick around and stay with me because it's Vlogmas until Christmas. I love you all. We are back again, Charlie. I hope you're enjoying my Vlogmas series. It's Vlogmas Day 5, and I decided to visit my village with my in-law, now my daddy, and my niece. Let's enjoy the countryside of Ghana, specifically the Volta region, a town called Adafienu. Right in the middle of the streets, we just saw an uncle. Now, you say hello to my YouTube.
Hello.
So we parked down there. We are going to say hello to. Yes, Daddy, we are going to chill. Uncle Sela, say hello to my YouTube.
Hello. Please subscribe.
My niece. Guys, let me know in the comment section if she looks like me. Put some coffee. Tell the way you smile. Daddy, do you know how people think she's my daughter? Whenever I post her on Instagram, they're like, is that your daughter? This is my daughter. This is how my future kids are going to look like. Yeah.
At this point, we made a stop at a town called Nogopo to buy some roasted maize with coconut.
5 hours later.
We are finally here. Daddy, this place doesn't look like a village at all. They said we were coming to the village, but this is a city. Because look at your houses here. Oh my goodness. It's going to be an amazing weekend. Ayam, are you excited? Ayam is camera shy. Right here in the Volta region, everybody speaks Ewe. So if you know your Ewe is 2x4 like my own, then you're at the wrong place. So we are finally here, and Uncle Thierry, say hi. Uncle Thierry. Uncle Thierry, please say hi to my viewers. So that's Uncle, one of our uncles, and it's so exciting. Everybody's like happy to see us. I'm super excited. We are going to settle down. I was expecting to see like a village, but guys, guess what? This is a beautiful house. This is how it looks from here. And this is one house. This is the well. This is the source of water, as you can see. It's very dark, but yeah, this is it. Like, yeah. Water, and yeah. So it's going to be an amazing time, and of course I'm coming along with you. So this is a mini tour. This is going to be our bedroom. We came with extra bed sheets, so we are good to go. And the bathroom. I'm super excited. I'm going to settle and take you along on this journey. Yeah.
Daddy
is on the balcony. Get you a man that cooks. So we are very fortunate. There's already soup. This is Ademo soup. And Daddy just prepared the apple. This is how the apple looks like. So this is what we are going to have with the Ademo soup. So yeah, I'm not going to cook. Luckily for me, so this is what I'm going to be having for lunch together with Ayam. So you are invited. This place is very, very homey. I was really expecting to see like a village, but this is not a village. This is like city in the village. So you're all invited. Daddy, I'm so proud of you. You prepared the plan. Ayam, come in. So this is a short tour of where we are going to be living for the next 5 days. Yeah. Uncle says you know him.
Well, now you have a head
It says that I shouldn't speak English to them. If it's not aware, I shouldn't. So I'm currently at Adafienu. I've been here before, and this brings back good memories. This is how it looks like from here. I mean, so let's walk to the beach. I remember how we'll wake up in the morning, just go to the beach, just relax, read a book. I mean, it's always a vibe when here in the village. So I'm super excited. Yeah, let's go. We are currently at the South Beach Resort, which is about 10 minutes drive from Adafienu. to all my aunties and uncles, bringing back old memories. This is where we are going to be ending today's vlog, at the beach, of course. And so soak some energy, soak some Volta beach. The Volta region is the fact that the water is turquoise blue, and so this is refreshing, very refreshing. So this brings us to the end of Vlogmas Day 4. After today, I'm going to be giving you amazing videos from the Volta region, specifically Adafienu and other neighboring communities. And so if you are from this town, my in-law is from this town, and so we are family. We are family, get it? So yeah, see you tomorrow. As I said, I'm going to be bringing you back to back. This is just the beginning. See you tomorrow. Until then, I love you so much. Mwah.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
This week, we're in Nima, arguably the biggest slum in Ghana. We have a date with Mo Audu, who is a fine artist and a painter, to understand his story. Well, Mo's story is that at one point in his young life, he was a middleman for transporting hard drugs like cocaine. At another point in his adult life, he quit painting and artwork, for that matter, for close to 6 years. Today, this is his testimony. Arts has saved me. Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Let's take you right to the story now.
Is the Street Arts Paris. It's a book made up of some of the greatest artists in Europe and around the world. So you can see last time I received this book, So these guys are my mentors. They used to be my mentors. I want to be like them. So I got people like Great Bansky, if you know Bansky. If people like Van Gogh, Michelangelo. So he's the Michelangelo of our time now. He's a street artist, and so you can see that these are artists. So I think you see this artwork. I have my work around this artwork. So I painted close to this lady. So there are a lot of artists, you know, these guys from Brazil, I think so. You see, these are artworks from people that I look up to. And unfortunately, or what will I say it, I'm so lucky enough to be part of, so this is Bansky's work. If you know Bansky, this is Bansky's work. This is Bansky. So I get to be, this is my work here. So I got to be in the same magazine with Bansky and these other artists.
This is just one of many art books Mo Awudu's works have been featured in, and he proudly shows it off. Painting has taken him places and given him the opportunity to showcase Ghana to the rest of the world. But he hasn't always been this proud of his talent. The craft he boasts about today is one he abandoned when he was younger, as he was convinced it wasn't a lucrative business.
I stopped doing that for 5 or 6 years. I was trying to aid with people that do this internet stuff. Now I'm just on the street. Yeah, we're just doing taraji. Trust me, I'm confused. When they call you taraji, it's like you follow. Taraji means like you follow people. You just follow people who have money. You do stuff. You go out and chill. And I take people to night clubs, because when I go there, I don't pay. I take people, these Sakao boys there. When I take them, I'll just take them inside for free. Then they'll pay me half of the gate fee. So that's how we hustle. We do a lot of hustle. Like we hustle like how to survive, how to just survive. You know, we go to Circle. You know the shower lines. We are there like every night. You know, we have friends there. We just macho up anything that happen. You know, these bad guys will just slap this one. You know, we just slap people like that. You know, it's a Nima thing. You know, you have to be hard before you survive. So if you don't take time, you just ended up. So sometimes when I look at my friends in the ghettos, I feel bad, because I have a lot of people that I have a lot of friends now. They are the ones who are selling the weed and cocaine, and they are the bosses in the ghettos.
Growing up in the ghettos of Nima, he was called Prince because his family was considered to be better off than most of their neighbors.
Growing up in Nima wasn't like an easy thing, yeah, because when you look at this house, it's made up of different people from different community, sometimes from different countries around Africa, especially the western part of Africa. So you get to see different attitude, the way people treat their children and other stuff. You get to see good and bad people here. So for me, I'm an ordinary Nima guy. My mom used to sell cocoa, and my dad worked at Barclays, I think as a gardener or something. Yeah, so but they were being responsible parents as much as they support me. So sometimes in the ghetto they call me Prince, because that time we're having better life than others. Trust me, we're having better life than others. So my dad just love whatever I want to do in my life. If it's good, he loves it.
Growing up in a notorious community, Mohammed is amazed he didn't follow in the corrupted footsteps of most of his friends who are now drug barons, even though he even transported drugs for dealers when he was younger.
For us, growing up here is very hard. You get to meet bad people, where people ask you to send you like mentors or people that live in the community, send you to do stuff. Especially sometimes they give me bags to send you to places that I didn't know it is cocaine till now, because those people, now that I know that they are cocaine dealers, they used to send us with bags. Okay, take it to this guy at Newtown, take it to this guy at Tulu, not knowing these things are cocaine. So so for us, we are privileged not to get to do this kind of bad habits. So every time before we survive on the road is like crazy.
Despite his father's efforts to provide his needs, Mohammed preferred the life of a hustler even as a young child and kept running away from home to engage in menial jobs even when he knew he was going to be punished for that.
I think every Wednesdays is Nima Market. I used to go there and carry loads on Wednesdays. So I have to like escape school and carry loads on my head, and it is crazy. And sometimes you sew sacks of food stuff, and you carry it on your head for people. Then you take money, because that's what you can do to have your freedom the way you want to eat. Otherwise, you eat what is being what is prepared in the house. So I been through that thing for a long time. I did Kayayu, I did Bola in Nima Market. I slept on the table of the fish sellers, I think every Friday to Sunday. Sometimes my dad will let some people search for me when they bring me home. My dad will like just cane me to like death after he buy me ice cream. Sometimes they made me drink a lot of water, a bowl of water like this. You have to drink it, or when you drop here on the floor, you take it on the floor. So it was like a punishment. But trust me, sometimes fear is good. You need all these fears to make you to direct you. Otherwise, trust me, we'll be like bad people, you know. So from there, we've been going to markets, go to Nima Gota, to Asalam down to take wood or aluminium. Sometimes when we go there, I feel scared, because some of my friends will just pour people's food down, like they'll just pour the food down and before they take the aluminium, you know. So I felt so bad, and it's not a life that sometimes you wanted to do, but that's how you have to sometimes survive.
At a young age of 9, he discovered his love for painting and got involved in the craft.
I was living around Dunya Cinema, so I go to library when I was around 11 years old. Then I met a guy called Mose Hashim, who was painting, and I approached him that I want to learn arts, and he said, okay, no problem. Then from that day, I started going to his studios, and one day my mom thought I lost because I didn't go home at that night. I didn't go. I stayed in the studio for 2 days, and she thought I lost, and she started to like move around Nima where they do art, because that's where she knows that she'll find me. And looking at my journey, I think I love art, and I think I started noticing that I want to be an artist or a creative person when I was very young. Trust me, when I was very young, around 9, at age of 9 or 8, I know that at that time Azuma Nelson was a world champion. My dad has a radio. When they are listening to commentary, when they're listening to commentary, I have this blackboard and a chalk that I used to do this drawing of a boxer. I'm trying to depict Azuma Nelson. So from there, I know that I have this talent of being an artist.
Mohammed loved art not now. Mohammed was around 8, 9, came to me, and Mohammed, I like him myself, because Mohammed even started using paint before sketching. He knows how to use paint much. And Mohammed has been with me for almost, let me say, 10 years. And what Mohammed now has become, in fact, it's not easy. Mohammed now is a big guy, and I know him doing a lot, especially when it comes to painting. Mohammed can do more than me. So I wish him very good luck. I wish him to be more than this.
Many people who knew him were confident Mohammed will pursue his dream of becoming an artist when he grows up, and that he did. When he completed JSS, his father asked him to get enrolled at the Ghanata Senior High School, but he refused to because he believed he had enough knowledge and didn't deserve to start from Form 1.
I have some friends called Ahmed Tijani and Aziz Goku. So they are my best friend, and we moved to go. We do everything together. So they attend Ghanata College of Art and Design, and I think that time I was in primary 4. So whenever they come from school around 2 p.m., I take their artworks or their homeworks and copy it, and copy even their notes, and try to read and understand what they teach there. So I was in primary 4. I started doing like the final the SHS final year exams, like the project work. I do it all the time for people. People pay me for them to do for me to do the project work. When I was in primary 4, my dad gave me money to buy form for Ghanata College of Art and Design. When I bought the form, I went there, and because most of my friends are there, my best friends, we do exhibition. I was in junior high. We do a lot of exhibition, group exhibition in embassies, like European embassies. So I told them, no, I can't start like first year at Ghanata. I need to start like second year or third year, because whatever they are doing at first year, I already know that, because I go through their notes, and their practical works through my friends TJ and Aziz. So I said, okay, I won't go there. And one of the teachers, Mr. Fred Daku and Ahmed Tijani, told me, okay, why can't I enroll to another school? So I went to how do you call this school? Amir's Academy. That place I did only 6 months. Third year, 6 months. So whilst I was in the school, I started teaching 3 months of the 6 months. So they started paying me whilst I'm in the school. But I started after that. That's around 2003. So I think I did an A-level exams at British Council at that time. So from there, I wasn't like being inspired. I stopped doing that completely.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that they've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
He recalls how he got back into painting.
One day I was sitting down, I was very depressed. At that time. I was sitting down outside because I wasn't doing what I love, but because what I love is not that inspired. So I was sitting down, and this guy called Shamu, he used to be an art teacher at a school called Uncle Arts College. So he saw me sitting down, and he asked me, "Okay, Mo, what are you doing here? Then I told him, I was just sitting down. He said, "Okay, your friends are painting. Why can't you go and join them?" Then I told him, "Okay, no problem, I'll go there." So that day I went there. When I went there, I think 2012 or 2011, when I went there, the guys they gave me a canvas like this to work, like the way I'm painting right now. They gave me a canvas to work, and I stopped painting for more than 5 to 6 years. So when they gave me the canvas, I painted, and in 10 minutes I sold. After I finished the painting, 10 minutes, I think I sold out the artwork, and that's when I realized I started to tell my self-realization where I realized what the power that I have in me. I think
one of his aims as an artist is to change the negative narrative about Nima.
There have been a lot of bad narrative written about Nima and the Nima people, and so I have to change that narrative every place I go. When you ask me to go to places, I make sure I'll be the hardest worker at that place. So when I go to places to paint, so I started with GhanaWeb. We made it first year, people don't know anything. Second year, it started to grow. Third year, 4 years, it started to grow. So every year I read what the media say. This year we didn't see a lot of art, so the following year I sacrifice. It's we sacrifice from our sweat. There's no money at that time. We kill ourselves. Sometimes we walk from here to Jamestown. I walk from Nima to Jamestown with my guys. We walk from Nima to Jamestown. When we are hungry, we pass to where they sell coconuts. Where these guys, you see the inside. We call it the inside, the coconut, the inside, the food. We ask them, Charlie, give us the inside. We eat and take water and go to Jamestown, paint for GhanaWeb. So our blood is there. Sometimes I even had my wrist is giving me problem now. I think I got that injured. I want to fall down from a scaffold. So I think I put up a good name. When I'm there, all I think is I'm just representing this community, not just me as Mo. So for me, they say hard work pays, and whatever you are doing, I think people see it.
Today, he looks back at his failed attempt to travel to Libya and is glad he ran back to his first love.
When I stopped doing that, I had a plan to travel to Libya, because this place, our biggest dream is to travel. When you wake up, the moment you are growing up, all your focus in life is to travel abroad, even with visa or illegal migration or by road. So I had a lot of friends that passed away. I had a lot of friends that even have their hands cutting, frozen. They cut their hand, now they are handicapped through trying to travel. So sometime back, myself and my friends, one of my friends, we had a plan to go to Libya. So we took the bus. We went to Baku. From Baku, I was in the back of these cars that bring onions to Accra. We are going to Niger. Trust me, we are staying at the back of the car. You know what happened? Because they put animals there like goats, so you hear a smell of a goat and you can't even move. So I told myself, no, I can't do this. And I think the following year, one of my other friends, he went there and he passed out. It's called Sama. he died on the desert. So I tried to go to Libya. It didn't happen for me. I came back, and my art, my passion saved me. And I don't see myself as a painter. I see myself as somebody who represents everybody around, everybody in the community, not just the Nima community, but I think the world in general, like a slum or places like Nima, where people don't have a lot of opportunities. Yeah. So I always represent those people when I'm doing work. That's why people say more is more energy or more fire, because when I go to places I want to get things done, because people always say that negativity is too much from where I come from.
He has traveled to several parts of the world to participate in various arts festivals, which he doesn't get tired talking about.
I got to travel to Brazil, 80 artists. I'm the only black African there. I got to do a mural about Afro-Brazilians, which I created a conversation about the Brazilian connection to Ghana or Africa. So it was so huge. I even got some commissions whilst I'm there. I went and painted at one of the biggest street arts community in Sao Paulo. They call that place Alma da Rua. It's a community where you see arts, like everybody travels there. Superstars from Hollywood, they go there. So I go to paint in the gallery. It's still there. So I came back. I had a call to go to Paris. I went there. With my friend called C2. He's a Togolese, but he's based in France. So when I met C2, it was crazy. Like, yeah, people don't even know me. Oh, when I'm painting this, it reminds me, because I think I painted a picture like this in Paris with this same reference. So I did my painting with the same reference in Paris. So when I did this place, I did a tribute for Notre Dame Church when it burnt. So I did a tribute here. So it was a big mural, and I think people still love the murals. People take pictures, share it on social media. I got an invitation to go to the States. That was my biggest dream, to go there and live and hustle. So I traveled to the States on Cuba. I was part of the artists invited by the Cuba Awards, most influential artists. So I got to go to the States, because all the time the States, I call myself Daki. When I say Daki means Black America. So because you used to live the American life influence, we have a lot of people that come from the States, so we love the United States. And sometimes before I used to tell my friends, telling me when I travel to America, I will never come to Ghana. I'm not a Ghanaian. Sometimes my dad would just say, this guy, when you travel, you never come, you won't see him again. But through my art, I got to go to the States easily. Because I have a lot of friends. They reach past Brazil, past to places. Some die in the Amazon and other stuff. Even still, that's other people's dream.
Giving back to society is very important to him, as he believes he is where he is today because some people invested in him. Hence, he also needs to invest in others.
My friends and I, Musa Swala, Muse, and these guys, we had this idea of we need to give back to these kids what we didn't have when we are growing up. Because if you didn't bring these boys to you, they will face the worst thing that you face in your life. Because I feel my life when I was growing up, people sent me with cocaine. We used to remove real leaves from the branches. Trust me, sometimes they do tea. Because you are hungry, you want to drink the tea. So it's something painful, and it's something painful for us. So we decided, why can't we? People are talking about we want to change the world. you need to start it from your community. So we started doing this workshop in Nima all the time. We have this association called NMA. We had a lot of good people around it. Some time back, I can't tell anybody that I'm from Nima. I have to tell you that I live in Kanda, because when I tell you I'm from Nima, I'm not going to get a job, because you have that mind of you run away with my money. So I have all these pains around me. So people who knows me will know all these things. But if you don't know, you understand why sometimes I'm kind of like hard. Like people say, I'm kind of soft now, but I'm hard. I love being hard because life, we didn't get life on a silver platter. So even to call your name, sometimes you have to change your name on your passport sometimes because of the name, the name called Nima. First of all, you are from Nima, you are a Muslim, you know that perception, like that's the reality. I'm telling you, that's the perception. So we don't want these kids growing up to be in that situation. So we bring them together after school. We teach them arts, give them opportunity. You know, we engage them to be their self and to have self-belief.
I have known Mo for say 6 years now, and I think that he comes across as a passionate person. He thinks about family, he thinks about society, he thinks about work, he thinks about the generations that are yet unborn. He thinks particularly about his community and how he can use arts to influence behavioral changes within his community in Accra, in Ghana, and in the world at large. Mohammed started really rough in the hoodlums in Nima, and that has toughened him and given him a different perspective of life, and also given him that tenacity of purpose to be able to put in all he has to be able to succeed. When you grow up in places such as Nima, slum communities, it is a dog eats dog situation. You either make it, or you end up either doing drugs, you're doing alcohol, or you're doing internet fraud, and not much attention is paid on education. And through all the hard times, he's been able to find himself, his passion, through the influence of some other people, and of course God, and he's been able to learn and bring out the essence of art. And I can say for a fact that Mohammed is one of the very few talented artists here in Ghana that Africa has to export. He's one of the main brains behind the popular Chalewote Festival. People come to Chalewote just to come and look at the works of Mo. He's been in collaboration with the Tourism Ministry as well as the Accra Metropolitan Assembly to change the faces of public spaces within the country, and also influence, as I said, behavioral changes, some of which include education on open defecation and also child marriages. So if you go around Malam, you'd see his work that says, "Pay my school fees and not my bride price." He's been able to influence a lot of youth in seeing art as a viable option, going to school and then also learning and giving a lot of prominence to the art, where you find people giving more prominence to the sciences and, other technical subjects. But Mo has also made us understand that there's a huge career in art, and that young people can also aspire to be artists, because they can make decent living for themselves, create all the opportunities and networks that they can, and also influence other people.
Without a doubt, stories like that of Mo Audu bring us inspiration, and that's what we aim to do here on The Untold, right here on GhanaWeb TV. Thank you once again for joining us, and we hope that you join us for other exciting editions in the future. Remember to follow us on all social media sites at The GhanaWeb, And also visit us at www.ghanaweb.com for news and all information. Until the next time, my name is Eche Atisu. Remember to be kind to one another.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Market in Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Market in Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. And we would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
Between January and February this year, over 500 Ghanaians have been killed in road accidents alone. This tells you the gravity of the problem regarding safety on our roads. As part of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign, we are here to speak with the Director in charge of Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department under the Ghana Police Service. He's in the person of Superintendent Alexander Obeng. Mr. Obeng, thank you for speaking with us and for this entire partnership. But basically tell us, what at all does the MTTD do? What's the institution about?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity that has been established so strong between GhanaWeb as part of your 22-year anniversary in existence and Motor Traffic and Transport Department of Ghana Police Service, which has been here since 1952 as a result of the road safety problem that
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Market in Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Market in Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. And we would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
News headlines from across the globe today are centered on the novel coronavirus and the ravages it's causing to economies like Ghana. But unlike other countries where many deaths are recorded from the virus, Ghana's situation is slightly different. Reports say many deaths come from road carnages or accidents. On this edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign, we speak with one of our partners at the National Road Safety Authority to get a sense of why this situation persists and what can be done to better it. Pearl Adusu is Public Relations Officer of the NRSA, and she's our guest on this edition. My name is Echi Atisu. Pearl, thank you for agreeing to speak with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me and coming to the head office of the National Road Safety Authority.
We are glad that you're giving us the time. So tell us, National Road Safety Authority, what exactly is your role in terms of fighting accidents?
Thank you very much. The National Road Safety Authority is established to develop and to promote road safety in the country, and also to coordinate and regulate activities, procedures, and standards that relate to road safety and provide for related matters. In short, we will say National Road Safety Authority is the lead agency in the country that manage road safety in Ghana.
All right, we know you've done several campaigns, activities over the years with regards to road safety and carnages and all of that. But why do we still have such high numbers of road crashes that lead to deaths?
All right. One of the things is that over the past few years, there have been influx of vehicles into the country. It has risen more than 100%. And then the population is also growing. When we look at the statistics from like in the 90s, when we were about 11 million and over, today we are about 30 million. The cars also keeps coming, and commuters has increased. And so the more people and vehicles go on the streets, the more crashes that happens. Notwithstanding this, road users are not adhering to the road safety rules and regulations that are out there, culminating with the irresponsible nature of or behavior of people who work in the road safety institutions, related institutions. All this culminates into the increase in the statistics that we have. If not for road safety that are putting down standards and developing standards and promoting road safety by coordinating activities and then other campaigns we do, the numbers would have even been more than we are seeing.
You spoke about the institutions that teach people how to drive and all of that, and how they educate our drivers. Can we say for a fact, because we know a number of people who don't even go through the normal system of actually going through driving schools, could this be accounting for some of these lapses that we experience in our road sector?
Yeah, it actually is, because when we want to look at road safety management, it comes with 4 E's: education, engineering, enforcement, and emergency service. So when you take education which encompasses training, when we take it out, it means there will be we'll create a platform for fatalities. And so training and education is a very essential component of road safety management in the country.
So how is the NRSA helping to deal with this lapse? It seems like it's a huge lapse or a huge gap in the system. How are you helping to...
Okay, thank you. You can't control individuals how they start driving. Some learn it through going to the formal school process. Some other people teach them. But we've put out standards there. That's why we develop standards. That's why we develop procedures. So if even you didn't go to school, there are standards there. The moment you get on the road, you know that the road will educate you to know that the road is not for you. You are using the road with other road users, and it belongs to, let's say, an institution or the government. And so there are rules as to how to use the road. That is why if you don't follow the standards and the of the traffic rules and regulation, you are sanctioned or punished. Thirdly, we also go into the field to train the drivers at their terminals. We call it outreach. We go periodically, and then we train them, we educate them, we sensitize them, we make them aware of the standards we have in the country and what the consequences will be when they don't adhere to. So we do that a lot. We've seen that over the years we've been doing those things, but these things keep coming. Through research and investigation, we've seen that there is a lot of indiscipline among road users. So what now we do is, the main people we see first to call to order is the drivers. So from 2019, we've started training. We call it driver education and training, calling drivers into the classroom back once a year and to train them on best practices. We did the piloting. Then when COVID set in, we couldn't do it, but we are at an advanced stage of developing it again with DVLA, and then every year it will be mandatory for you to, as a driver, to go back to the classroom and have a refresher training in defensive driving or any other training that you need to get to be on the road. And the consequences of not doing that is that when you go to upgrade or change your license, when a certificate is not shown that you've been to the classroom to have this refresher course, your license may not be renewed or upgraded unless you go and come. That is something that we are putting up. It is part of some of the interventions we want to bring on the road safety management space to curb the crashes that is ongoing currently.
That sounds like a very proactive measure. But let's get some education. What's the difference between the work you do here at NRSA and then that of the police's MTTD?
All right, thank you very much. The police MTTD are our stakeholders. We work closely with them. They enforce the traffic rules and regulations on the road, on the individual road user, especially drivers. They make sure that rules and regulation, we have Road Traffic Acts, which is, we have 2004, we have 2012. There are a lot of directives, regulations in there, whereby it stipulates clearly what a driver can do on the road and not what not to do. And so the driver is there to enforce that, to see that when you jump or you violate a traffic rule and regulation, you are apprehended, processed, and prosecuted. Ours is that our core mandate is education. We educate the road user. We sensitize them. We make them aware of the rules and regulations that are in our act. And when they violate, the consequences. That is the education. That education even go to the classroom. We partner with Ministry of Education, Ghana Education Service. Some of our road safety bits, bits, and things they have to know are inculcated in their curriculum, so that the children are taught not as part of examinable subjects, but it comes into some of the social studies, RME subjects that they learn about the acts, what it pertains, the small basic things we should do. We coordinate also. We coordinate all road safety institutions, being private or governmental. We coordinate them so that we see that every road safety activity they want to do is standardized.
Okay.
So we when we're commissioned, do these things. Now that we became authority, a mandate has been given us where we do institutional enforcement. So as the police are enforcing the individual road user or driver, we do institutional enforcement. We see to it that all the institutions that are road safety related work do the right thing. And so when they don't do, we enforce the laws of the rules and regulations, or we sanction them, or we regulate their work, especially the road transport operators and unions. We regulate them. So when they don't abide by the rules and regulations as an institution, that is where we come in and give them compliance notice to comply or face sanctions.
You spoke about the fact that you are now an authority. How different has your work become since you were commissioned and now authority? You were speaking a little about that, but how drastic has the difference been?
When we were commissioned, we just develop and promote road safety and then coordinate the activities of other agencies that want to go into road safety and then regulate some activities. That's all. But now, when the mandate came, we have the power to regulate the road safety space like civil aviation does, like maritime authority does. We have to regulate the transport system. We don't have to leave them, the unions, the operators. There are certain things we should check before a vehicle from a union, an operator moves. Certain things we should put, they as unions should put in place, which is in the Road Traffic Act. We have to regulate and see to it that they do those things so that crashes will come down. Previously, you advise. You don't have the mandate, the backing, the authority to sanction or to impress upon them to do A or B. But now the law is backing us. The act that brought the authority, Act 993, states that we need to regulate them, see to it to put certain traffic rules and regulations in place, and for them to make sure that they abide by those things. When they do, we sanction them. And so now we are enforcing the traffic rules and regulation in the institutions that does road safety work. So for instance, if you are DVLA and you need to license or certify a car to be roadworthy, but we get there, we realize that the car is not roadworthy, but yet DVLA has certified it to be on the road, then it means we have to sanction that institution, because all these things culminate into crashes. Because when a car is not roadworthy, but it's on the road, it can result in crash. When a police officer is supposed to enforce the law on a driver and you don't do it, we realize that that's sort of, we can sanction that institution. So now we enforce, put up institutional enforcement, whilst the police do individual enforcement, day-to-day enforcement. So for instance, if Ghana Highway Authority, with all their engineers, have to put up a road infrastructure with all furnitures on board, but we do an inspection, we realize some safety infrastructure are not in place, we can give them a letter of compliance so that they comply with the safety aspects of the road infrastructure. If they don't for a certain time, we can go in to sanction them. So that is what we do, which is different from the police. They do individual enforcement, we do institutional enforcement.
As part of your work as well, you do road safety audits.
Yeah, our work says that we should do road safety audits.
Okay.
Especially now that we've become an authority.
All right. There are concerns that this responsibility has been left in the background, and that is added up to some of these lapses we have in the road sector. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, over the years, we were not backed by law to force institutions to comply or to do whatever they have to do. We just advise. So we don't directly do the road safety audit those times. We advise the related road safety institution that will take a particular road infrastructure project to let us come in and do. But when we advise that they don't take, there is no law binding them. But now that we have become an authority, when this advice is not taken, for us not to be part or to audit before, during, and after construction, that is where we will sanction them. So now the law empowers us. So this is where they will be forced to bring us in. Those times we were collaborating, we were advising, but it was, if it is ignored or relegated to the background, there was nothing we could do by law, because the law didn't give us any door to sanction or to enforce anything. But now that we became authority, the law backs us to be able to sanction or make an institution that didn't mind us doing the audit to comply with our directives.
Right.
So that is the difference. That is why that section has been left for some time. But now that we are developing our legislative instrument, all these things will be addressed appropriately.
You're also mandated to establish a long-term road safety plan. Is there anything like that, and can you share what that plan is?
Yeah, globally, we belong to the global road safety community, and UN itself has been coming up with structures. Now we have what we call the new decade of action for road safety. It is even a global plan. So we will draw our plan fitting into it. So we just have to put down strategies that will minimize fatalities on our road, because the global plan is for the new decade of action it is from 2021 this year to 2030. Okay. We have to make sure that we minimize fatalities by 50%. So we come to our office and then we put down strategies that we will use to do all those things. And for now, we have put down certain things which, if you don't care, I can share with you. Please. So that we see to it that before the 2020 or by 2030, we will see a drastic reduction in fatalities on our roads. One, what we are doing currently is our flagship campaign that is called Arrive Alive. We bring it to the Tree language, we say Kodru Jojo. It is a campaign that we started in October, and we are hoping it goes well into a number of years to come, maybe 2, 3, 4. We started with topical issues on road safety, like speeding, dangerous driving, fatigue driving, night driving, driving in bad weather, topical issues, about 52 topical issues with infomercials, with jingles to go with it, and then we discuss topic by topic. As we discuss, then the infomercials will be playing. We are coming up with production, drama productions, we are raising billboards, and then we are collaborating with the police. As we educate, we sensitize, we bring awareness on topical issues relating to road safety, then the police will be enforcing those things. So maybe if we are discussing speeding, what is the speed limit for several areas, what should the drivers do and not to do, and how overspeeding or excessive speeding will affect our road safety issues, then the police too must be enforcing it on the ground. So when they see that you are overspeeding, you should be apprehended, processed to court or something. If it is fatigue driving, what constitutes fatigue driving? What is its impact on road safety or crashes? what the drivers ought to know and what they ought to do. At the same time, when they see that an accident has occurred and realize the driver was tired but still was driving, what is the consequence? What should we do to the person? The police should enforce that. That is the campaign we have taken up. We have partnered with several media houses, which we are doing an add-on so that it will go nationwide. The piloting was basically in Accra and its environs, but now we want to take it, open our tentacles and go nationwide to all the 16 regions. Apart from the how do we call it? From the campaign, we have certain things we are putting in place. Road safety automation. Road safety automation is where there are gadgets we are developing at the development stage. We put in vehicles, especially the high risk commercial vehicles, the buses and other things who do inter-city travels. We are starting from them so that we can check people who come to board the vehicle, their names, their identity and other things, the number of passengers you are picking if you are overloading. There are gadgets that we are developing to put there, and so to be checking records of passengers and how you loaded. So that road safety automation is coming up now. Okay. That is one of the things we are bringing on board so that we'll be able to check people. So when an accident happens, for instance, sometimes that people crashed in, let's say, the northern part of Ghana, they got bent and were not identified. Because we have that data already, people can easily be identified when such things happen. And when you are overloading too, it can automatically be known. Secondly, we are doing a road accident database. That road accident database, we are putting a lot of things together. We do it now, but manually. We want to go electronic. So sometimes a year and 2 years over, we've not had a database of the previous year of accident, things that goes into it. Now we want to go electronic so that we'll have a database. Immediately the year ends, we'll have a database so that, road safety, it's a database related institute. So that's what we want to do. As I've already said, formally we were not regulating the road transport service. Now we want to seriously go into regulating the road transport service, which in a way we have already started. This year we brought out some regulatory directives for high risk commercial transport operators and unions to abide by. One is when you are a transport operator who travels well over 500 kilometers or over 8 hours, you need to employ 2 drivers in your vehicle, mandatory, so that we'll check fatigue driving. Because we've realized through research and investigation that a lot of the accident that happens at night is out of a result of dozing drivers veering off or colliding into other oncoming vehicles. And so if you travel more than 8 hours a day within 24 hours, you need 2 drivers on board. And especially night driving, you need 2 drivers because the body is made such that in the night you need to sleep.
You need some rest.
You need to sleep, so you have to rest. And then apart from that, in the same regulation, we want the transport operators and unions to put logbooks in their vehicles. They don't have logbooks, so any speed at all they go. So if you have logbook in your vehicle, it will check your speeding limit or speeding level. And then also we say they should employ road safety officers. They will do pre-departure checks, and when you arrive, they will check. When this pre-departure check will check the vehicle, its condition,
Okay.
And the drivers, whether the drivers are in good state to travel. Some drivers drink, they take drugs, they are not in good shape, good mind, they are not focused to travel. Meanwhile, they do. So when you employ the services of a road safety officer, he has to check all these things and make sure there are 2 drivers before, when you are a long distance driver, before you leave your terminal, and then your logbooks are there, so they check you. This all these directives that we've put in place, we have employed, since we became an authority, road safety inspectors who will periodically go to the terminals and the stations and be checking whether these directives are being complied with. Now, it is also mandatory that all drivers who do intercity travels should have a mandatory defensive driver training. Either the transport operator or union established in conjunction with National Road Safety Authority and DVLA establish a school on their own, or they liaise with us. We give them a reputable school that will train them with all the models coming from us, so that they will be trained in defensive driving, so that if even there is something, a mistake on the road, you know how to save yourself and the passengers. So these are some of the things we've put in place now. Now we are also collaborating with Ghana Police Service, so that they will automate their enforcement, traffic enforcement, in such that cameras, automation cameras will be fixed in places to check speeding and other relative offenses. So now the human interface will not be there, but as we do in other countries, there will be cameras fixed in vantage points that will pick vehicles that are over speeding, and there will be let's say an electronic machine in their office that will be checking. So it will immediately capture, you will be fined immediately. Why else you don't know that you'll be seen and you'll be fined? You either go back to your station or terminal, and then you are handed over a ticket to go and pay. Or when you go to renew your license or upgrade or something, they will look at the number of offenses you have committed. Either you will not be renewed, you'll be refused to go back and come back again, meaning that you can't drive. So these are some of the few things we have put in place. This automation of traffic enforcement, cameras and those things is called traffic tech by the police. So we are in contact with them to do all these things. And another major thing we want to also do is to provide modern rest stops at vantage points along our highways. Accra, Takoradi, Accra, Aflao, Accra, Kumasi, beyond, and then which other one? Which other? Those places? Accra, Takoradi, those Accra, Kumasi, and beyond, and Accra, Aflao. Those major highways that we normally hear the accidents happening, because we want to prevent fatigue driving, for drivers to have enough rest. We're in collaboration with the private sector, insurance companies and other stakeholders. We will be putting up rest stops, so that these rest stops will be a modernized rest stop, big, so such that even vehicles that are broken down on the roads, which have not been towed, automatically will be towed into those rest stops. So they will be taken off the road and be parked. If we don't see the owners, they will have a safe place to park them, so that the other vehicles will not run into them and people will die. Apart from this thing too, we are now talking on a round table, talking with insurance company and police, how best we could bring back a towing project or towing service, so that will collaborate with either the private sector, and then the premium that drivers pay, national insurance commission made up of insurance companies will take some money out of their premium, then go for services from private organization so that we will be able to effectively, immediately tow cars that are broken down on the road to safe places so that we will not have much cars running into such tracks that are spoiled, killing people. So I think some of these things that we are, strategies that we are bringing up will help us to meet our target of reducing road crashes by 50% by the year 2030.
Be disciplined and do your part. Thank you very much, Pearl Adusu, for agreeing to speak to us on this edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. So thank you for joining us on this episode of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. We want to highlight problems of road safety in your community. So we want you to get in touch with us. Follow us on all social media sites. It's at the GhanaWeb. Send us your concerns, your observations, and we'll get back at you to highlight those problems. Until another time, my name is Eche Atisu. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's GhanaWeb TV, and also visit us at www.ghanaweb.com. Do stay safe and be good to one another.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
There's no better experience than going back to one's roots and learning all about one's history. And that's what the Nchinchi Museum is here for. It's a place full of rich African history about where we came from as a people and where we are heading to. We are visiting today to experience some of that, and we are happy you could join us. This is People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. After the break, we'll meet our first guest and get right into the conversation. Welcome aboard. Welcome back from that quick break. Thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. Now we are at the entrance of the Nchinchi Museum and we are meeting Gideon Kweku Diajiman. He will be taking us round. So I would say he's our tour guide for today. Gideon, it's saying.
Boko, I want to say.
Yamiadum. So how long have you been here for?
Okay, I've been here for 2.5 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gideon is an artist, by the way. So in Chinchim Museum, no, how big is the place?
Currently, we sit on 200-acre land here, but we have developed about 50 acres of the acquired land so far.
So far.
Yeah.
Okay.
So currently we are operating on a 50-acre land.
But it's still expanding.
Yeah, it's a museum that is evolving. So we're still in the early stages of developing and expanding it.
These are very in-your-face monuments. I don't know what they mean. Can you just take us through?
Oh, okay. So we have here 3 monuments that are highlighting civilization in Africa.
Okay.
So the first one is the Sudano-Sahelian monument.
This one?
Yeah, the very first one. And we want to incorporate the art forms and architectural styles, not only in Ghana, but the whole of Africa.
Okay.
So this one isn't found in Ghana. This is found in the southern part of Africa, or Sudan.
When you say this is found, as in the structure?
Yeah, this is typical of the architectural forms in Sudan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they've been engraved on the structure here. I mean, the designs inside are the ones from Sudan. That's what you're saying.
The structure.
The whole structure.
The whole structure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But we decided to incorporate these traditional art forms and designs on it. Okay. Since we are talking about our culture and our heritage here in Ghana, so we wanted to include most of the popular art forms and symbols that have meaning here in Ghana.
Okay. All right. And then what do we have next?
The one that we have here is called the obelisk.
Obelisk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the obelisk, that's the name, right?
Yeah, that's the name.
I see different symbols, footprints and the rest. Do they have meanings?
Yeah, they have symbolic meanings. Okay. If you are really conversant with traditional art forms or symbols, you realize that most of these symbols are found in our cloth and the art styles and forms in Ghana. Okay. So there's a spider, there's a snail, there's a tortoise, there are footprints which are all symbolic.
Okay. Right, and then the third one?
The third one is what we call the Lukasa. It is made by the people of Baluba who are found in Dr. Congo.
DR Congo?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is just the entrance. We are now getting into the place. But we want to find out, Gideon, what should we expect from our tour today?
Well, expect a lot. We have most artworks here that are not really found in Ghana here. We are one of the biggest outdoor museums here in Ghana and soon to be in Africa.
Okay.
So we are still expanding and we have art forms that talk about our culture and our heritage here in Ghana. So I think there's a lot that are going to be unfolded here.
Okay. So from the entrance, where next are we going?
So from the entrance, we enter into the museum proper, and I will take you to the story of the goats, or how the goats met the goats.
Okay.
It's a story that we have created, and I think when you get there, I would explain that story.
Yeah. Let me just hold you a little. These statues, are they called statues? Or
yeah,
sculptures?
they are statues. It's the same thing.
What do they symbolize or signify?
Okay, we have the sacred grounds up there where we have our ancestral hairs, but pictures are not really allowed there. So when people come on tour and they want to leave a memory or go with a memory, this is where they can take pictures.
Oh, I see.
So you can stand with the sculptures and you take pictures. That signifies that you were once here for a tour.
All right. Okay. So we are going to see the goats which met another goat.
Yeah, how the goats met the goats.
Okay.
So we move to this area first.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
And then this one, and there's another one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this area talks about how the goat met the goat, and it's a story that we created using world art. And you can see that there are goats found here in their universe or in their jungle, and they're all striving to get to the pinnacle of their lives. They're all trying to be successful. As humans, all of us are, trying to be successful in one way or the other. So these goats found themselves trying to do things that will take them to the highest pinnacle of their life. So you realize that on my left here, you would see two other goats there.
One down and one.
Yeah, one finds herself on the top of the roof, and in the world of the goats, the level that the goat up there has gotten to is the highest peak of the universe or their life. So it means that this goat has become successful. So you realize that there's a goat down there that has been trying several times to get to the level that goat is. But
trying to be like the successful one.
But she has been unsuccessful. And the goat up there is the greatest of all time, GOAT.
Yeah.
Because she has been able to make it.
Oh, okay.
So you realize that there's a dialogue between the two of them. So the one down there is asking the one up there how she got there, and she was advising the one down there about how to make it to where she is.
So giving her maybe tips or something.
Sure.
So the things in the wall are like the footprints.
They are the footprint because
the one on top.
No, the one down there that has tried several times to climb to where she is, but so there's an advice that she gave her that I think would be told when people come here. We don't want to put everything out there.
That's for you to find out. So
Yeah.
you just have to come to the Nchinchi Museum to find out why. I mean, what advice a successful goat gave the goat which is trying to be successful.
Yeah.
Okay, but why the story though? What's inspired the story?
What inspired the story? You know that Africans we like creating stories. And these stories, they are embedded in them nuggets of wisdom that advises us, in the path of our life. So we wanted to create a story that has a symbolism with African lifestyle and how we live. So we wanted to use sculpture ways to create a story that has advice in it, that can advise all people from all walks of life.
Okay, great. Okay, so then our next move is that also has the tortoise, and is that a crocodile?
That's a crocodile. Okay. So this particular work, I won't really go much into details, but I can give a brief explanation.
Right.
So the first one is the circle of life. That's the big circle with the black paint.
The one, okay.
Yeah. And we call it Dikenga. Dikenga.
Dikenga.
Dikenga is from Bakongo.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a big circle, and you realize that there are other 4 small circles. And Dikenga means the cycle of life. So you realize that the 4 circles there is talking about 4 phases or stages of life. Okay. So the first one, the one on your right, talks about sunrise, which means that when you are giving birth to or when you come on earth as a newborn baby. And the second one talks about noon, and that's when you become an adult. Okay. And the third one talks about sunset. That's when you get to your old age.
Your peak.
Yeah. And the last one talks about midnight. That is where, after leaving on earth, that's where you enter the underworld or when you die as a human. So that is the meaning of the...
So from the time you're born to the time you die.
Yeah, okay. So that's the cycle of life.
Right.
So we decided to use these particular animals, that the tortoise and the crocodile and the fish in the mouth. Can you see a fish in the mouth of the crocodile?
Oh, yeah.
So these represent certain personalities as humans. Throughout our cycle of life, we, in one way or the other, tend to put on certain personalities or characters. You realize that the tortoise and the crocodile, they both have different personalities. the tortoise is very aggressive compared to that of a crocodile is very aggressive compared to that of a tortoise. So you realize that the tortoise, when you attack it, it will just crawl back into its shell without retaliating, but you can't do the same thing a crocodile. And you realize that there's a fish in the mouth of a crocodile that has a story too behind it. And there's a proverb in Akan that says that say so you realize that the fish finds itself in the mouth of the crocodile. And we are using this to relate to the different personalities as humans. So as you go through the cycle of life, there are certain times that some people are very calm, others are aggressive, they fight for or they go in for what they want in life or what they desire in life.
Right. So that's it for the story of the goats and then the
cycle of
4
life.
phases, the cycle of life.
Yeah.
What's next?
So we have,
I don't know what to call them, planks or wood or what are they called?
They are made of different materials. You can see wood, you can see metals there. And we have some brass sculptures on top of them that tells about a story.
So each of them have different components on top of them.
Yeah, when you get close, you realize that many activities are happening. And this particular section of the museum talks about the work life of the people of Adan, or the economic activities here in Adan. You realize that the people of Adan are mostly into farming and fishing. So we have used this sculpture to tell
their story.
The story. So when you come here, you realize that there are sections of how they fish, the commodities that are found in their market, that is fishing. Because when they go to the seashore to get their fishes or harvest their fishes, they have to bring it to the market. So there's a story that have been created using these sculptures.
And do you have an idea who molded these?
Okay, since we have a creative director here, that is Kwame Kotobanfo, he has under them artists, which I'm one of them. So we have in-house artists that produce all these works found in the museum.
Okay, so where's the next stop?
We are heading to the studio that produces most of the artworks here in the museum. So welcome to the Ostramba studio. As I was saying earlier, studio. So this is the studio that feeds the museum with all the artwork here. So here are the artists.
Some of the artists.
Yeah, that's work.
So this is where you do your sculptures.
Yeah, this is where we do the sculptures.
I'd like to speak to one of them.
Okay.
Okay, so we are speaking to the gentleman who is part of the artist who starts the whole sculpture molding process. His name is Mauli. How are you, boss?
I'm good.
Okay. What are you working on right now?
This bust, a short bust.
Okay. Does it have any significance or?
They're supposed to look like someone posing a daunting look on a slaver.
Okay. Okay.
And so he's supposed to look like someone who has been captured and maltreated. And so the expression is supposed to suggest something towards that end.
I see. And how long does it take you typically to do something like this?
Professionally, we are supposed to take up to between 4 and 6 months.
For one bust?
To do something like this.
Okay.
That's because we want it professionally made with a lot of details.
I'm not talking about the entire thing, just the molding stage.
Yes, just
6
the molding.
months.
Yes.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, just the molding.
Okay.
But then because of the nature of what we are doing, and then working with Kwame, who likes to push us a lot, so
you go beyond
we have
the
to
6 months.
we have to increase our speed.
Okay.
And so this one, for instance, started on Monday.
Wow. Yes. And you're already at this stage?
Yes.
That's nice.
And coupled with the fact that I don't spend a lot of time on it. And so maybe I'll just work on it 4 hours and then I'll move to something else.
Okay. And how long have you been sculpting for?
I've been working with clay since childhood.
Okay. But you were designing pestles and mortar.
Yes, I used to design. I was into cars back then, and so I used to do clay models of cars. Yes.
Okay, at
and
which
then
age?
I remember when I was in kindergarten. That was when I was doing the cars. Okay, but then.
Kindergarten?
Yeah, kindergarten.
You started at a very early age.
Yes.
Okay.
The school I was at, they had this imported clay, colored clays, and so they made it fun.
Okay. So when you are sculpting something like this, do you have something you look on, or it's just from your mind?
When we are working on pieces like these, it's 3 ways. Either we have a model, and then if the model is unable to sit up with us, we just take images of the model. And so we start with the model, but then we end with the images of the model. That's the other way. And then the third one is just using images.
I see.
And then sometimes this is a generic piece. And so a generic piece means that how you understand the human anatomy. And then the looking at people, I'm interacting with a lot of people. The number of faces that you've been able to record of head. And so when you sit behind to work on pieces like this, how you're able to recollect some of these informations. That's what we put on display. And so this is a generic piece. It's partly from memory and then partly from reference.
What has your experience here at the Nchinchi Museum been like?
It's interesting.
Okay.
And it's fun. Naturally, I like environments like this, and so coming here and then working under these environments, it's stressful, but then it's enjoyable. Yes.
Okay. Even the pieces you get to work on, having to sculpt people in pain and all of that, what's the experience like? Does it give you any unique
yes, naturally when I'm working on pieces like this, I'm rather immersed in the process. And so I don't get to, the feeling I have with the piece is rather the transference of whatever I'm feeling
in there.
Exactly, and so that's what happens within the process. But then the actual feeling of the whole piece comes to life when I'm done with it and then it's already in the space. And so that's when I'm able to have some connections with it. But then in the process, the only connection I feel is what I transfer.
I'm sure you've designed hundreds of pieces since you were a child, since you started at kindergarten. So since you came here in Chinchim, how many moldings or how many sculptures would you say you've done so far?
That's an interesting one.
An estimate. Maybe it's a lot, but 20, 30, 50.
The nature of what we do over here, one, it doesn't allow us to keep record of how many pieces an individual person is doing, because a lot of the times we are interchanging responsibilities. And so sometimes, for instance, yesterday I just spent 2 hours on it, and then Kwame took over. So when it happens that way, it's more of a collaborative thing than an individual piece.
All right, thank you, Molly, for speaking with us, and all the best in finishing up your piece. So we are moving to the next person, to the next stage of sculpting, and we'll be speaking to Williams. How long have you been here for?
Oh, I came here August, and then I'm here to do my attachments, and then it was supposed to last for 2 months. But after the attachment, you know, I was supposed to go actually, but I decided to stay around and then learn some more.
Where did you come from?
I'm from Accra, Kaswa.
Okay. I mean, which institution?
Takoradi University.
Oh, okay. So you came here for like training or practicals or internship?
It's actually internship, which will last for 2 months, from August, and this August, September, yeah.
I see. So what have you been doing since you got here?
Talking of that, I've done a lot, but the basic ones, I think I support cleaning, yeah, and then I don't only assist them on sculpture works, but I also help them to put up structures to keep the place clean, and then make sure that the place is organized, and as well as also come to the studio and then, of course, work.
Okay, so what are you working on?
I'm working on a piece that I'm supposed to cast, and then after they are done with the head, they'll bring it to me and then I'll cast it. I'll take the mold actually, sorry.
Okay.
And then I'll use, what I use is the silicone, right?
I think you're going a bit fast.
Okay.
So what does the process entail? You start by molding the clay.
And then after molding, right? Let's say it's a head that you are doing. So after molding the head, which is actually there, it will be brought here for me to use silicone.
Okay.
Right, to pick the mold of it. So I'm going to use to cover the face. That means the front and the back will be covered with the silicone.
Okay.
After that, I will send it there for them to also use cement or POP, right, to also cover it, so that
to cover the silicone
on
the clay.
Yeah. So that
But what does this process do? What does the silicone do?
Okay, the silicone actually is used to pick the exact, content in the clay. So if there's a face that is closed or the eyes are closed, the silicone will pick everything, every detailed part of the image of the face. Basically, that's what the silicone does.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then after that, you send it to the next stage, which is what?
He will be doing the casting, right? So he will cover the front and back with cement. Yeah.
And then after that,
when
is ready.
When it's dried, it will be split apart.
Okay.
And then inside it, we are going to either pour cement, which we pour it inside the silicone.
Okay.
So we'll let it dry. And then we will pick it out, because this surface is flexible, right? So when we pick it out, then we are going to do the same to the back too. So we are going to join them.
The cement from both.
Join them.
And that's what he does.
Yeah, that's what he does, the joining and the cement work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And how has your experience here been like since you started working?
It has been educative. I learned more. And it's not only about sculpture. We've been taught history, in terms of Black history. Yeah. And then basically, you learn more. It's not only about sculpture that I learned here. I learned more about time management too. And I think it's very important as an artist to know how to manage your time. So there are basic things that I was able to learn. And I was taught some of the things that when I go to school, I wouldn't be taught.
How challenging is it here?
Well, basically, I will start from the experience, because you haven't had such exposure. So, first of all, it's a challenge to you. So, are you going to be open up to the task and do it, or you are just going to give up? Which I chose not to. And though I'm done with my attachment, I decided to stay to get more knowledge. That's my decision. So, you have to accept every challenges that comes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us. And we are still exploring the sculpting process. We are at the last stage, and we have Ni He is the one who completes the whole process. How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
Quite 11 years this.
11 years?
Yeah. Started working with Mr. Kwame Akutubanfo. I started training with him, so...
Oh, I see. Okay. And what does this... let me ask, how is this stage called, or what is it called?
This stage is called detailing. It's like it's a finishing process, that the casting and the detailing of its parts.
Okay. Okay. And how long does it take for you to do that?
Personally, like the cast takes like 2 days to be cured because it's cement.
To be cured?
Yeah.
What else?
To cure very well, like the cement cast. So it takes like 2 days when you cast it in the mold. In the mold that is doing preparing over there. So it will take like 2 days for you to be well cured before you can take it off and enjoy it. To get to this stage before you come with the finishing processes, or so at least it can even take like 3 days or 4 days to finish everything up.
Okay. And here, what do you do?
Here it's like the processes of it all ends here. So it's like it's the finishing stage, and this is where we want to get the projects to. So it's like the starting. This is the kind of material that we need to finish the particular piece.
So which materials do you use?
We use cement, we use white glue to do all the finishing touches.
So you mix, it's a mixture of cement and
it's a mixture of white glue, like something like this. All forms of different shades, like we have different techniques. So it depends on the kind of model. Like if I see the kind of model, I know what hairstyle or any detailing that I'll give. So all depends on the material. So something like this, I'll have to bring in white glue to do the finishing of it. Some too, I can just use only just cement to finish it.
And I see a woman opening her mouth.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, what
It's
is
like,
it supposed to signify?
it's like it's a pain.
She's in
pain,
pain,
yeah.
agony. Okay. Right. All right. So thank you for speaking to us. That is the last stage of sculpting. It's getting interesting, but there's still a lot more to explore. Right about now, though, we want to have a little conversation with the owner of the place, Kwame Akutubanfo, after which we'll continue with our tour. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Jichin is an Edinkra symbol of the same name, and it signifies our journey as an African people. So it's Akan, and coming from Akan traditions, that's what I could relate to, considering the narrative that I wanted to use our art to tell. Well, I did set out to give a much more panoramic view or panoramic narrative of our African heritage, and in Chinchim just does it. It's about twists and turns, it's about adaptability, and it's about evolution across time, and that is for me the best symbol to signify what this installation, my installation, and what this museum represents. It's about 11 years now, but we've only been here in this space for 4.5 years. The concept itself was conceived somewhere around 2006, after my first degree at KN University. But I only started creating the first sculptures for it 11 years ago. It came as an idea. For every creative, you have an idea and then you learn how to refine it over the years. So for example, I was more of a creative then, and I had very little experience in museum organization or even running my own studio. But I had to start something. So part of it has been a learning process. I had to take a few courses or maybe work with a few institutions to gain more experience to be able to run this on my own. Bachelor of Fine Arts and then Master of Fine Arts from the same institution. Both my undergraduate graduation projects and then my master's research was into multidisciplinary eclecticism.
Okay.
So basically, as an artist, I do everything. From animation to stone carving to writing to sculpting and painting, whatever and then creative directing. Whatever the media I'm able to, I try to choose the best medium of expression. But over the years, there is this part of sculpture that I feel appeals to the African story and then the African people, and to making the art and then the history and the narrative very accessible. And that's how come I use sculptures more. What our purpose has been and how it has evolved over the years. So what has made up our life and our purpose as a people. African enslavement, as we feel it now, the Middle Passage, transatlantic slave trade, the Arabic slave trades, are relatively much more smaller, but it is one of the most impactful, especially in the negative sense, and the ones closest to our time. It is one of the major phenomena that is affecting our life now as Africans. Now as being considered people with black skin and certain people choosing to see themselves as better off than Africans. It's been difficult, but it's certainly getting better. It's been difficult because various sections of this project have been attempted by various people in Ghana and all over the world, but the way in which we are putting it together is a bit unique, and thus at the beginning it made it difficult for people to really understand what exactly that we were doing. People thought it was all about African enslavement, which it is not. And secondly, to some of the subject matter which I decide to stress on or emphasize have automatically made it difficult for some people to feel comfortable sponsoring what we are doing. So in that sense, it becomes difficult and challenging. But we've also had, whilst we haven't always had financial support, we've also had non-financial support and encouragement from various people and institutions. I work with people who are genuinely interested in having us tell our story without trying to be the deciders of how the narrative should go. I work with people who are used to the very idea of academic dialogues and having black people tell their own stories. And in the spirit of academia and research,
and it's about human relationship and who is nice to you and who is not. So usually I won't go in with the idea that this person is a descendant of a slave master, as long as we are treating each other as normal human beings. So usually it hasn't been most of what will be considered negative has been a bit more remote, because I've been lucky to mostly work with academics who are aware of the current dialogue on racism, various tropes surrounding African narratives and the telling of African narratives. Number one is a very spiritual journey. Number two is very nuanced, and so there is a healing process, which is one of the major reasons for doing this, apart from just telling our story, is to try and have a healing process so that the smallest section or the bad nuts in our history doesn't spoil the whole of our history. And so one of the key moments is realizing that different people are in different stages of healing and freeing themselves from the legacies of African enslavement. It comes with a realization that your peacefulness within your soul, a realization that your culture and your history is not devilish, and acknowledging or venerating your ancestors is not going to lead you to hell. That is there are a lot of people who are living their lives to get to a better afterlife, and this journey of them getting to a better afterlife has been polluted by the thoughts that everything African is negative and nothing positive is going to come from our culture. And we are having a lot of people who are going outside of the continent for pilgrimages. For those of us who've had or who are continuing to get the spiritual healing, we have now found that peace that we think we will get from going outside the continent on a pilgrimage to get. We are now beginning to get that healing within yourself and then on the continent from the very way of life that your ancestors lived. It has everything to do with religion, and then also it doesn't. Christianity especially has always been on the continent. Only if you're looking at the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, only the kind that was pushed to the enslaved and then the colonized was a bit different. So yeah, in that context, it does have something to do with religion. But there are those who just learn and practice the ways of their ancestors without necessarily tagging themselves as traditionalists. I'm speaking from the experience of Ghanaians who really mostly have three religions. So we have two Abrahamic religions, and then a traditional religion, so Islam, Christianity, and then our own traditional religion. Yeah. And then again, it also has everything to do with religion when you realize that most of the people who were able to free themselves from enslavement and colonization first had to decolonize their minds and their religions. So if you're looking at the Haitian Revolution, it was deeply connected to the religion. So like people who didn't believe that the colonial masters or their enslavers were the epitome of holiness. So there's a section dedicated to the enslaved, and by the time you go around, you realize that there are other sections dedicated to healing and the rest of our journey, and then dedicated to the self. For example, when you start interacting with the mirrors that we have at the end of the installation, you realize it's pointing to your relationship within history, your place within history, and how you matter, and you are a key element in the Nchinchim journey. So the ones with the heads, those are specifically dedicated to the memory of our enslaved ancestors. And we have a few of them, like the ones you find in the US, which, even though they are full-bodied sculptures, are also dedicated to the memory of African enslavement. And then there are other sculptures that you will find which are on our heritage and not necessarily got to do anything with African enslavement, like the monuments at the entrance are also part of the museum and within the space, but they are not necessarily about African enslavement. Ghanaian African heritage, using Ghanaian African heritage because we are tracing a history that goes beyond when country boundaries or artificial boundaries were created for us. So we were tracing migrations and people and philosophical concepts, which precedes the ideas of countries and Anglophones and Francophones, and regrouping ourselves according to the language of colonial masters. Well, the first revelation, and which is the largest, I may not be able to give a second one, is the fact that you don't know it all and then you can't do it all. And there's always somebody who knows more about some of these things or these phenomena and then the history and the heritage than you. So that is I think that's the biggest. I'll probably rub the two into one. And that is why we invite other scholars to contribute and then to guide where this is going. And then we also invite historians from various traditional homes to also contribute. I always say that it's not my story, it is our story. And so being inclusive to all kinds of Africans, whether they've been to formal school, formal Western style school, or they've been trained traditionally, we have created a system that welcomes all kinds of creatives and people who want to express. So one typical event that we have created for the specific reason of making sure that everybody's voice is expressed is Nchinchimza Festival.
Okay.
So it's a creative communal labor, and we've had people from as far as New Mexico to the Caribbeans, to as close as Adan and Vume and Togo and Nigeria, coming into the space, learning what they don't know and then contributing what they know and what we don't know to be able to create this and make this our thing. My favorite collaborator is Efosela AJ.
Okay.
Or should I say Dr. Efosela AJ. He's a Ghanaian artist, philosopher, and then educator. He's currently at the National Film and Television Institute, NAFTI. He's also an independent researcher. I've also had a lot of both training and exchange of knowledge from Dr. Obadele Kamon, currently with African Studies, my good friend Michael Morant from the Bianiki Library for Rare Manuscripts, Yale University. Yep, and then I've had Mary Yabua. Mary Yabua is currently at Wheaton, Chicago. and she also helps with all sorts of organizations and all sorts of things, whilst doing her own personal journey on African, the life of Africans in the US. And then I can never forget Danny Danson, who's currently one of the curators and directors at Disabled Museum, Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah, who I've also worked with ever since we met in 2016, 2017, when he was a Fulbright scholar. And we organized a really huge exhibition at the Cape Coast Castle.
Okay.
So there are various scholars, various not only talented but masters of their fields who are contributing to this. And the people I've mentioned, we are black people and then white people as well. Yes, I have. I definitely have a better understanding of how neocolonialism worked and is still working. And we are hoping that part of the healing that this project provides is educating and emancipating our Africans, as well as our oppressors, on how this is working and how we need to stop it. The viewers cannot see, but when I look straight at our camera people, everything that they are wearing was not made in Ghana. So that is dollars, that is not coming into Ghana now. And I have also bought into that, whilst I was growing up. We have used clothing that are brought in, we have electronic waste that are brought in. We have an influx of products that can be manufactured here, but we have had various African countries being sanctioned if they decide not to bring in certain waste products, and then maybe not buy what we call certain used clothing. Ghana's not on PayPal, so we can have European markets having access to us. For you to be able to sell your homemade products, you will have to go outside Ghana, have a US European account before you are allowed on Amazon. So there are so many of these that I can mention. Even the way we judge our own. If you don't speak a certain class of English, you are not intelligent enough. You will have to speak, oblivious of the fact that it is not your first language. So the master's language has become the standard. And not only are not judging you based on the language, they are judging your very intelligence based on how articulate you are. And not everybody, you can be as intelligent and not articulate in somebody else's language. And when I came here to Ada, if I'm speaking Cree, I can speak very intelligently. If I'm speaking Ga, if I'm speaking Dangbe or Ewe, I speak like a child. So that every time to an Ewe person or to an Ada person, no matter the education that I have, whenever I'm speaking, the words are coming out one at a time. We provide what we can. We're training people in agriculture. We're training people in facility management. We have an apprenticeship system here. So people from different levels are still able to come and learn. Whilst they've not been to the university, so we're teaching certain subjects in local languages. As you go through the back, you see different girls learning hospitality and catering. We do pottery and fish farming. So other practical skills aside of the arts that they will find useful as everyday Ghanaians who don't have access to elite artistic or creative spaces. They will still have something to do with their daily life. Relationship is all over the world, but that is not the impact for me. The impact is when it changes the livelihood of an African, and when it's able to keep pressure on racial injustice. I see it at the end of the tunnel. I see it's a journey. A lot of the students we've had here and tourists, because we've had people who come for educational tours and for pilgrimages, we've been able to reach people spiritually. We've had various pilgrimages that is done here. Pilgrimages that previously would have been done outside of the continent are being made here to pay homage to our ancestral ancestral site. Our work is to change the mindset of the African and let him or her feel the impact of the mindset that has been changed. So our work is to educate. We had our youth outreach program before we came here. We've been as far as the Volta region. We've been to Ada, we've been to certain schools in Ghana. Basically schools that will not have had access to PhD teachers and high standard artists or professionals to be able to learn from. So we're taking my friends, my colleagues, part of our staff. We have people with high degrees and PhDs. We're taking all of them into these spaces, and we are letting them impact on the pupils and the students. That was before we had our space, so we were touring around, going to various schools. And now that we have our space, pre-pandemic we had buses of schools coming here, and then even outside Ghana we had people, me working as a study abroad professor for certain institutions outside Ghana. Yeah. So we are in a dialogue with certain people at GES to be able to extend the reach so that a lot of people benefit from what we have to teach and tell. Well, I have a few sculptures coming bound for the US again next year. But I'm also excited about our new history wall that we unveiled this year, that is showing the art of our generation, the art of our now generation. You will see we just started to cover the protest in Nigeria and then the protest in the US as well. Considering that it's a 100-meter wall and about 15 feet high, it's still relatively small, but we are excited that we are connecting the history of now to the past, and people will now see, as I've tried to explain to you, the impact of the past on the present. It would take you to share what you want to be healed about. One of the things that I talk about when it comes to healing is for the ill, him or his or his, himself or herself to be part of the healing process. And as you come, we dialogue with you, and then we find out what you need healing in, and we help you to embark on that journey, whether it's healing physically or spiritually. And as you said, spiritually, and what exactly in spirit would you want to heal from? We'll do all the best that we can to help you embark on that journey. We are a syncretic society, so we have Muslims, and we have Christians, and we have traditionalists. So depending on what appeals to you, as long as it has got to do with your African heritage, and to point you in the correct path, as best to our knowledge as we know, then we can help you on that journey.
Gideon tells us we still have a long journey ahead of us. There's
not
still a lot.
Not really long, but we can still manage it.
Okay, so where are we going to now?
So right now we are heading towards the ancestral veneration grounds, where we have the main Nchinchim installation, a place that has been dedicated to pay homage to our ancestors. Yeah.
Right. And that's the main installation here.
In the museum.
So then let's get to see.
So welcome to the ancestral veneration grounds, where we are paying homage to our ancestors. So this is what we call the Nchinchim installation.
And what do we have here? Those are a lot of human sculpted heads all over the place.
Yeah.
And then there are the clay items. What are they too?
These are fired clay. We call it clay or terracotta. That's the art term for it, terracotta.
Okay.
That's the traditional ones, and we have the modern ones made of cement.
So these are also sculptures.
Yeah.
But smaller
ones, and they are in clay, fired clay, called terracotta.
I see. So these ones are left like that. No cement is added.
No.
But you sculpt them too.
Like yeah, we sculpt them, and this is the traditional way of making heads in the Akan tradition. Yeah.
And some of them are black. Is there any reason?
No, we fire them in a kiln or we bake them so
they become black.
Yeah, some of them got that color.
Okay, so these heads, what do they represent?
So these are what we call insudie or insiswo. In the Akan and in the Akan tradition, when someone dies, they will make one of these insudie and put it on the grave of the person. And currently, when you go to our various cemeteries, we have the modern ones that are made of cement or sprayed. So many years ago, in the Akan setting, this is what they will use to pay the last respect or pay homage to a dead person. So this is the traditional form here. And on our left, we have that of the cement one.
So it's the same thing, just the cemented form.
Yeah, the same thing.
So these bigger ones are also called insudie.
No, these are made, yeah, it's insudie, but we are using modern materials to talk about the same thing. And that's what inspired my boss to create these heads.
Okay.
So these are
the smaller ones inspired him to create
the bigger ones. And you know, we use modern materials and modern techniques of making sculpture to produce this one. But basically, this is what inspired him to create these sculptures.
Okay. So I see different faces with different expressions. This one for instance has a blindfold.
Yeah.
Like what do they represent? Why do they have these expressions on their faces?
So this particular area of the museum is dedicated to pay homage to our ancestors that were involved in the transatlantic slave trade. Our ancestors who were enslaved and taken from the shores of Africa. Okay. So these heads are to pay homage to our ancestors. So these particular ones found in the water is dedicated to those of our ancestors who were drowned in the ocean when they were being transported out of Africa.
Those who tried to escape, or those who were thrown into the water?
Some were thrown into the water. Some also tried to escape the brutalities and the atrocities that they were facing in during their journey. So this particular section of the installation is dedicated to that narrative.
There are children also involved. So it's adults, and children. It's a mixture of things. Yeah. The water here, is it like rainwater? You actually pour water?
It's a combination of the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's always in water?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this side, I see something like a graveyard.
Yeah. So here is the Nchinchim installation, as I said earlier. And we have about 1,005 heads over here.
This part?
Yeah. 1,005 heads over here. And the clay ones that are the insudie also close to 1,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are the faces of our ancestors who found themselves in the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay. They are imitated faces, right?
Yeah.
Like from Kwame's own idea.
Yeah. So these are role models or human beings that were modeled in our studio. And Kwame believes that perchance one of our ancestors or great-great-grandfathers or grandmothers were parts of the enslaved. So when you come to our studio and we model you, we believe that you are presenting one of your ancestors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so these are real faces that have passed through our studio or a museum and we've sculpted them.
I see. Since when?
This project started about 10 years ago. So he has been
for
evolving.
10 years,
He's been able to create different faces from all walks of life.
But is it that these people make the expressions, or he just looks at their faces and models different expressions in their faces?
Because of the narrative that we are talking about, that is the pain and the brutalities that our ancestors went through, they had to go with this particular expression. You realize that all the expression on these faces are that of a sad face, those who are in pain.
So aside tourists coming here to learn about history and all about the slave trade and everything, what else is this place used for? What else happens here?
So this place has been dedicated to pay respect to our ancestors. We know their story although, but it's not really taught in most of the histories that we find around the world. So this place is to add to the history of what happened so many years ago. To realize that the first ship that left the borders or shores of Ghana took place about 400 years ago. So that's why we have these 4 poles over here that signifies 400 years that slavery started here. Yeah, that is early. These 4 poles. Yeah, that's what has been documented. But even before that, the Portuguese came here during the early 1500s. So we have another pole here that makes it 500 years. So the 400 years is what has been documented, but before that, it was happening. Yeah. So this place is dedicated to pay respect to our ancestors, as I said earlier on.
And is libation or anything poured here?
Well, in the African belief, anytime that we want to honor our ancestors, libation is poured. So in August every year, we hold a program and we invite people from all walks of life, and we receive chiefs from Adan and surrounding neighbors. They come here, they come and perform their traditional rituals, and they do also pour libation to pay respect or homage to our ancestors.
And I see some pots beside the poles. Do those have unique significance? Or?
Okay, for the pots, earlier on I was saying that in Sudan, the clay works are used to pay respect to our dead relatives. So in the Akan tradition, when a man dies and leaves behind a wife and some children, what they do is they will cut the fingernails of the wife and the children, and also cut the hair, shave all the hair of the wife and the children, and they will put it in a pot and put it on the graveyard of the man. And currently what we have is the flowers that we put on tombs. That was what traditionally Akans were doing. So this is to signify that part of the history. Because
the last bit is I don't know what to call them, the stands in front there.
These ones?
In front of the big baobab tree.
So these are all traditional art forms that are used to educate us Africans and all people from other parts of the world about the values that we have here in our culture. So we're trying to combine both traditional artwork and contemporary ones. So these are most artworks that can be found in in and around Africa.
Right. Okay, so that's it for the Inchinchim installation. Very symbolic, spiritual elements in here, and we've had the chance to see it because Kwame and Gideon took us round to have a feel of the place. So what's next for us?
So now we are heading out of the ancestral veneration grounds. We'll be exiting the main museum, but there are some few artworks that we can see before we finish our tour. So now we'll be heading towards the healing section of the museum. Yeah.
So we are getting to the end of our tour.
Yeah.
But I see some symbols around here.
Okay.
What does this section?
So this section talks about rebirth or healing. And as you know, Africans right from beginning of history, we have suffered a lot of things, right from slavery to colonization, and even up to now, we're still fighting many battles. So this section of the museum, it's talking about rebirth, healing from what has taken place over the years. So we have some fertility artworks here that we call Akuaba.
Okay.
And you know what Akuaba means. In the Akan tradition, Akuaba is used when someone wants to conceive. Yeah, so this fertility
element.
Yeah. So we are heading towards the exit of the Inchinchim Museum. Yeah.
What are the mirrors in the museum?
So after going through your tour, you come and learn about the values of Africa, our culture and heritage, our history. After getting this knowledge, we believe that now you have fair knowledge about where we've come from as Africans and where we are as Africans and where we are heading towards.
So it's for reflection.
Reflections.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. This is how we end our tour today. It's been a very, very enlightening experience, and we did this with Gideon. Gideon, thank you so much for taking us around the place. Earlier we spoke to the brain behind this facility. It's very monumental. You need to experience this place for yourself. Come here, learn all about the African heritage, where we came from, colonialism, the rebirth, and just reflect on where we've come from and where we are now as a people. This is People and Places. Thanks for your company. We'll meet you in another edition. Until then, stay safe and take care. My name is Wanda Amihagan.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, And anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
He has been able to break through an industry with few possibilities. He has risen through hard work and consistency. Today, he can boast as being one of the most successful comedians we have here in the country. Yes, but before we unravel our guests, let's take this quick breather. When we come back, we have more for you. This is Elsie Lamar, and you are watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back from that break. You are watching Talkatainment, and as usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, chicken, and one Coca-Cola at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy one and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And our guest today is going to, I don't know, he's going to be keeping us all smiles the whole time, hopefully. Comedian Waris is here with us. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
I'm good. I like. Oh, thank you. You are looking good.
That's okay.
Waris.
Are you single?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You want me to say I'm single? I'm not single. But I'm okay.
You know, I was just about telling you to just make me and my crew laugh for some few seconds. But
well, we have like two types of ways of doing that. We have the manual, we have the automatic.
Which one? Okay, I don't like manual stuff. I like automatic stuff.
Well, you just laughed, but if it's manual, we can tickle you. We can catch you there.
Waris, you know, funny enough, you don't look it like you're a comedian, but you don't look, you're calm. You have a calm personality. How is that? How are you? Don't you get people telling you that, oh, once a comedian, those things? Don't you get it?
It's what you see outside. For what is on my mind is because so, but normally people see me, they are like, okay, this comedian, he looks like Justin Bieber and he's nice, but I think my foremost dream of what I wanted to do in life is always what precedes me. So when I meet people, they are like, you don't look like a comedian, you look like a pilot, you know, you look like a doctor and all that. I still have a dream of doing that. I used to. But growing up, when I thought I wanted to be a pilot, I grew up and then I saw the conditions in the family and I started reducing my career bit by bit when I was growing. So first I said pilot, and then when I was growing small, I saw that our family, we don't have enough money to even cater for it. So I reduced it until I got to classes teacher. So I teach in classes small. I got to a point Charlie, I said I won't do anything. Then comedy said, come and do me. So that is it's like that.
Why?
Feel free and
Yo, man, I'm missing me Shaba. Wait there, yo, it's just too much. What's with you and Big Ass?
I think Big Ass is the.
You know why I'm asking that?
Yeah, I like looking at them, but is the
not only you like making use of them in your skits.
You did well adding the end bit of in my skits. But when you say I like making use of them, where? What is your evidence?
In your skits.
But what is now? We change the song. It's not in anything. It's IGP. So if you give me allegation, ask me what is your evidence.
Then I'll be put on remand.
But having someone with that kind of body stature is the cheapest props you can get as a actor or director or comedian. You understand? So it's nice. It gives the video a vibe. It makes guys want to watch, and then it gives you views, you know. So
I know. I don't know.
But you don't know? Oh, then you are not a guy, so you don't know. So normally that is the main reason why we use them. And some of them are actually actresses. They actually happen to have that kind of body. But it doesn't mean say I have slim girls in my video. Are you trying to say I'm being racist?
No, in all your videos, like most of the videos
really?
I have seen about you and a girl.
Even the one I was a pastor. Come on.
Okay. So I think I saw one. I don't know how did you manage to do that? There was a girl with a huge ass, and when you tap the girl and the person turned, it was a man.
Where is she?
I don't know. Anyways, moving away. Are you sure you don't have any personal interest in that?
No, I don't. I don't think I do.
Are you sure?
No.
Personally?
No, I don't.
Any girl goes?
No. Yeah, any girl.
Okay. So moving away from the whole discussion about us to so we know you as comedian Waris, but we do not know a lot of things about you. So can you give us a brief personal profile about yourself?
Well, when we say comedian Waris, it's my stage name. My name is Abdul Waris Umar. I'm a Muslim and I'm not married. I'm single. I'm a virgin. I'm a very handsome gentleman. That is a big profile of me. And then I actually happen to be a stand-up comedian. I majored in that, but I do skits as hobby, and then for other businesses. And then I'm a director, a scriptwriter, and I'm a farmer. I did agric science. I've been an athlete for some time. 2012, I was the fastest
agric
athlete.
Science where? Not sorry to catch you.
Yeah, I was doing agric science in a school where I was a senior to medical and family. Yeah, I've been in school with family before.
What school?
Odogono Senior.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we were all in the school.
Oh, so you were medical senior?
Yeah, I've been.
Oh,
yeah, I was
okay.
a senior. And family, we have Incredibles again. We have a lot of people. But just bringing out the school stuff for you to see that we have a lot of talent, you know. So basically, a little profile talks about what I do, aside being a skate maker or content creator. And then I think that, no, skate maker and content creator is two different things. People don't know, but I do all those things. And then if you don't know me, or you know me to be someone who is always doing content creation, I do stand-up comedy as well.
That's quite a portfolio there.
It's very big.
Nice one.
Portfolio.
In your myself.
Yeah, it's very big.
You made mention.
I don't even know how to write myself.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I
That's like the first essay we all wrote in school.
It's not everybody that wrote it well.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Wrote it, and
yeah.
My name is. I am from name to age. The name of my mother, the name of my father. Then my favorite food.
Yeah, it follows like that.
Oh God.
In your previous statement, you made mention that you a Muslim.
Yeah, sure.
Did that in any way affect your career choice? Like, were your parents against or were your family against the choice of career that you wanted to venture in, being comedy and entertainment?
No, my mom wasn't. It was okay. When there is money, how would you be against it?
But you know, Muslims are very religious and they are very particular about certain things.
Yeah.
Maybe it might be Ramadan, month of fasting, and you are not supposed to do certain things. You have to be modest, but your job requires you to be doing certain things that will put you out there. Did you encounter any of such challenges?
Not really. I've not encountered all those stuffs, but I think my parents they are so welcoming, you understand. If there would be any problem, it would be maybe fans who are very, very religious who feel I shouldn't do certain things. But in any ways, I've had control over the craft to know what I need to do and what I don't have to do. Sometimes you get threats like it's Ramadan, you don't have to post videos, but it's fine. I think they now understand. If it's Ramadan, it doesn't mean that everybody has to put on his craft on a hold, but there can be a way to minimize certain content, like the bringing in the art stuff and then maybe slapping people and all that. There can be a particular content that goes well. So it's been awesome. I'm just waiting for the day when they will feel like, okay, you shouldn't. But as of now, maybe I'm a dream. So because of me, 1 month, me, I'm okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, sure.
So you made mention earlier that you do script writing and directing.
Yeah.
How many movies have you, or let's say skits, have you directed so far? And how many scripts?
All right. So movies, skits aside, I have a TV series that I have dropped, which is almost like 24 episodes. But I have 12 episodes, which is ready. I've Agenda Boys. It's been awesome. It's done so well. I wrote the script, and then I directed. I shot it as an actor as well. A lot of skits, a lot of ads. I write content, I script for them. So I've had a lot of works, in as much as I'm always doing this skit, and that is what people know me of. But it's not everything that I put out there that you would know that this is me. So I think.
Speaking of comedy skits, have you ever thought of doing something with what's the name? Akabeneza?
Who is Akabeneza?
Likey.
His name's be
Dr. Likey.
I'm sorry, like his name's Chow too much. So sometimes the names will come to me and you're like, who is this?
Don't worry.
Raznene, he's my brother. We've had so many. We worked on Tracy Boache's TV series. We've shot skits on our own without having any. I met him in Kumasi as well. I was actually born in Kumasi, so I've been there, I've met him. Raznene is my guy, but his name's Chow. You go be there and they say,
Raznene,
you know,
Dr.
24.
Likey.
Who is 24? You don't know Raznene. So Charlie, his name's Chow. Not to make anybody feel like you didn't know Akabeneza.
Oh, don't worry.
It comes out like that.
But you said you've worked with him on a couple of productions. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
in the past.
Yeah, in the past.
Which are out.
Yeah, they are all out. Even the skits, some of them are on my pages. Yeah, and some of them are on the YouTube page, Amagana. And Amagana, yeah.
What would you say about him?
He's very good. Raznene is very creative and he's gifted. I think he's a very smart guy. Sincerely, he's one of the honest guys who always wants to play real, so it's cool. For the work though, everybody has his own personality and then what he does below. So whatever the person shows to you, if it's not threatening, it feels good. I like to work with him again.
Waris, you tout yourself as the biggest comedian in Ghana.
Yeah. Why?
What makes you think so?
Because I've done a lot of things that I don't see people do them. Recently, I filled auditorium. We actually had overflow. People went home, which is last week. I did a stand-up comedy show. I sold tickets. Tickets were sold out 2 weeks before event. I've never seen a comedy show sell out ticket 2 weeks to event. I've had back and forth project in Nigeria. I've shot TV series during COVID, and out of COVID, it got sold out on Kataka TV. So who else? Do you have someone in mind?
So with this being said, would you say that you have outdone yourself, or you have done
I've not
stuff?
even gotten to my peak as a comedian, but I'm just trying to live as a new gen, the new energy, the new power in the system, which feels like you've had an iPhone which is 6, and then there is a new one which is 13, and they are both with you. You know how, in as much as we are new, 13 is new, it has power, it has strength, it's bringing you the new generation vibe. That is just like me, just doing my own thing. So it's not as if I'm at my peak. iPhone is not at its peak, it's just a 13. We should just get to 20 for you to see.
So would you say you have revived the comedy career?
No,
the comedy industry?
Comedy was lively already. I can't, how can I revive it alone? We played a role as kids as we are, by putting across skits and a lot of things, but we can't say we single-handedly revived Ghana comedy. Do you understand? Ghana comedy, it's been doing its own. It's been doing well before we came in it, because if it wasn't, we wouldn't see future that there will be money in it for us to do. But then we've all played a role. It cannot be me. But I happen to be a guy who knows how to talk about certain things. Do you understand? Because I've been in the media space before. I've been a sound engineer. I've been a presenter before. And I know what I'm talking about. I can't be the one who revived Ghana comedy. Comedy, come on. I want for Jimmy, Lewi Jimmy, Funny Face Jimmy, DKB Jimmy, Obi Jimmy, Lexi Jimmy. Now I'm reviving here. Played my role though. So, yeah.
Speaking of comedy, I've seen you with Nasty Black do a few comedy skits here and there. You guys have been doing a lot of work together. What's the relationship with him like?
My side chick.
That's for you, eh?
What is the relationship? He's my cousin. Well, it's a vibe. I told you I did projects in Nigeria and I met a lot of comedians. We spoke. They wanted to see what is on the outside market from their end. And so they decided that they would definitely try and come to Ghana and have a project with us. So he came to Ghana to see how the market is, and he loves it. You understand? The market is good, he loves the media, he loves the fans, he loves the audience, everything. So he's just a friend. We just happened to have a project and then he's gone.
But how was it like working with him?
It was like working with every other comedian. Just that he is a Nigerian, and then he has that kind of vibe where we don't have, our comedians have it here, which is their language, and they knowing more about skills than we do. Do you understand? But Charlie, it was a big vibe for me with Nasty Black.
Okay, so with you and your exposure in Nigeria, would you say you are more recognized internationally as compared to other comedians here in Ghana?
Well, what you don't know is that there are a lot of comedians who do a lot of virtual shows. I play virtual shows in New York, in Maryland, and people don't even know because I'm using my phone in my room. And there is a time when everything will just come out. But I can't know what other comedians are also doing virtually because it's a virtual world. You understand? But I love and I believe in my accomplishments. I want to really, really acknowledge the fact that I've been able to work so hard. And I really love the audience out there, how they really love and support my brand. I acknowledge the fact that I'm being recognized over there. And I appreciate the fact that others are also being recognized over there.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from that break. If you just joined in, you are watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and this show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the match. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza.
It is 12.
Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Yes. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Where is?
It's 12. I've counted.
Okay, open it. Open it. I say you can't wait, so you just open it.
Thank you very much. It's nice. I told you. You have more drink. I like Cheesy Pizza. Very nice. So, will I take this one home? Why are you crying? You want to eat some? You know what is sad? I can eat everything. Your production crew will not get some. Because they are waiting for me to say, oh, they are closed. So, Cheesy Pizza is the best in the whole Ghana. That's why I was disturbing you that I want to come for an interview.
Please, so can I take a bite? Can I also take a slice of pizza?
Who are you? Please, let's continue the interview.
Anyways, I've been bounced, so let's continue. So you're eating alone. I'll know how to get you. Don't worry. The next question, you throw it up.
Because that commercial break, I went alone. Yeah.
Waris, what's your relationship with Aisha Modi?
She's my wife.
We are rolling.
Yeah. Why? Who is Samasotin here? She's my wife. She's my wife, my mom, my side chick, my girlfriend, my everything.
How did you meet her?
Oh, she happened to love my works. You know, in comedy, you meet people. Like I met Ohene Farah. I met a lot of people through comedy, and some of them love to support. They love to help. Like I've met you right now, you are giving me cheesy pizza.
I'm not giving it to you. I'm just watching you eat it.
You take it from me.
Oh yes. If I want to take it, I'll take it. There's nothing you can do.
Have you ever seen pizza langard before?
You let's continue. You were saying something.
Yes, so Aisha is like a mom, it's like a godmother to me. She's done so well for me. She supported my brand. She pushed me to places where I never dreamt of. We need people like her to actually put across talents, to push them. Sometimes you see a talent and you're like, wait, Sika, Nakasa Obeko. You understand? So Aisha has been playing that kind of role, supporting me with every other thing that I need. And I must say, I appreciate her so much. I'm grateful. Yeah.
You were a beneficiary of the land she was distributing?
Yeah. She gave me a land, a half plot. I'm planning on doing a poultry farm, but I don't want full plot because Funny Face was having full plot. When he started the poultry farm, he started singing for animals instead of human beings. Snitch. Now we have Funny Face. So me, I took half plot so that I won't be singing for animals. How can you do album for animals? Funny Face. And you come and cry that human beings are not buying the album. Did you do it for us?
Wow. Speaking of
Funny Face.
Speaking of Funny Face, what do you have to tell him? He's going through a lot. He's going through trying times. What do you have to tell him?
To be very honest with you, I look at Funny Face today. I was even watching Funny Face's video when he got an endorsement deal with a petroleum company, and I was so smiling. I was looking at him. If no one knows about comedians, we are always on the edge. Someone who is so devoted to do comedy is the only person who knows what he thinks of, how crazy he thinks about life, and what he sees to be able to turn them into comedy. For me, when I see Funny Face, what I wish to tell him is that all is well. Because from where he is, when you look at Funny Face being the king of the streets, making people laugh, children running up and down, endorsement deals chasing him. Who knew that within a twinkle of an eye, it's life, it could happen to anybody. You understand? So I feel for Funny Face. I'm rooting for him to get better. We are all family, and we are praying that when he comes back, there are so many ways we can work out things to get on board, to bounce back, to get all the endorsement deals back. It's human nature. You understand? What hurts most in life that people don't know? Obi betumi the second child. Obi betumi ewia wade. Obi betumi aye obi bia. Nanso obi ye obi bi na eto chima wo wadwemu a. It's the most saddest thing because you yourself, you have no control over yourself. That is the engine. You understand? So I'm just praying that it wouldn't happen to anybody, and for him, we pray that he gets better.
Do you think with all that has happened, it has somehow brought some fear in celebrities? The
law is not supposed to put fear in anybody. It's not fear.
Because Captain Planet came out to say that he, with how things are going, he's sure by December and now celebrities baby Christmas where
I'm not sure every celebrity is. Let me put it this way. I'm not sure every public figure is that kind of giddy. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not sure every public figure is chasing clouds to make it in life. It can never be that way. But rather, this is beautiful. In as much as it's a thing that we never expected to happen. But this is beautiful in a way that if we are arresting even military men for being or doing something that is not right, you policemen should buckle up, because when you do the wrong thing, you'll be arrested. It tells you that if you are arresting public figures to set example, then it means that if you're a normal person or you are just a civilian and you mess up, you can go too. It's a good thing for everybody to know that the law is actually alive. But it doesn't mean, say, ebi ana obi ti baby na nanka ordering say ye beti shatawale ye beti we Lord dey etumi chi obi a me amiti ebetumi achi me DKB say odu ebi ni tie kase too much a ye beti no because odi besi amanfo enim ne nema ha ta say IDP buy no chale shoot inti any gun inti say akase me shoot me shot kra me was mbia ko shoot me shot me then they shoot you and you be say eche me, you understand? So it's in a way a good thing, and then we hope that everything would be cool. There will be no cheats in the industry. Because there will be no cheats, hard work ebeko. I remember because it will be the second war. Me and son meet me, my video be a viral.
Speaking of cheats and speaking of from what you have said, you started active comedy in 2016.
Yeah, please.
And till date, have you encountered any down moments?
So many.
Okay, can you tell us a few?
I've had a lot of broken hearts. Like a lot of people have given me broken hearts. Like they see me to be, you see, I'm so innocent and God-fearing. So the ladies, when they come, then they're listening. They are like, we want to break up. We don't want to, you know. So that has been a thing. Like MFA broke my heart. When I dream, I see pink cat. I've never seen something before. But I've had down moments. That is why, most especially, I actually had to do a show called Seriously on Serious. I had a down moment in my life where I couldn't even create a joke for almost like 3 months, 4 months. I couldn't even write a skit. When I say I couldn't write, and you say me what? My mind is not going there. Because I me create let me just doom. As a Caribbean was parking and doom.
Because of the broken heart?
No, because of the issues I was going through in life. But you see, the Seriously on Serious comedy show came on for me to tell people that I found ways of using my own issues, my own challenges, my own issues. I found ways of using them as comedy. And why am I saying this? Comedy is not just for you to laugh. Comedy, when you learn it on your own, you can use it as a weapon to fight anxiety and depression. You understand?
Yeah.
So with that, I was able to sit down and tease myself. I'll think about everything that happened within the day. And I'll ask myself, so what if this happened? What if when I came to the studio, I did this rather? What if when
and you'll be laughing to yourself?
Yeah, then I'll be creating it. So before you realize, I've gotten a whole joke about me going somewhere and getting pressed and messing up and all that. And then all of a sudden, my ex popped up and he was like, I know him, he will do this. So I've had down moments. I'm human.
What about career based? Like, have you had any instance where you feel you have been either sidelined, bullied, or you know, coming from your own colleagues?
Some of the things I say might not be too serious to people, but there will be days when people will just watch videos and then they feel like this guy was really saying something serious. Look, this world, nothing is fair. Nothing is ever fair in this life. You can't say you don't eat lion's meat, so when a lion is coming, he shouldn't eat you. He will eat you. It's not fair everywhere, and you have to be prepared. Man has been hearing of death. People are dying. Are you saying no man is prepared that one day he will die? We know. But when someone dies, we still cry and shout and fall down and all of that. It's sad, but it happens. It would. There's no way it's going to stop. So when I'm in an angle, like I'm in a new space where I want to do something, when I check my strength and I'm so strong, I don't see anything. When you bully me, I'll bully you back. When you don't bully me, I show you back love. Do you understand? So as a man or someone who has passed 20, with a lot of advices in your life. I don't see you standing somewhere to say, me buy a car, will be pamome, will be crying on pemasem. That one, nobody will love you. It's not everyone. You understand? So I think those are things that gets to comedians or artists for them to feel like, okay, they are not being loved. No, do you expect somebody to love you before you can breathe? Bro, like you go choke. You understand? So being bullied in the space, being sidelined, there were a lot of things that were done, but we used it as fuel to push ourselves to get to where we want to be. There was a time when I wake up early in the morning and I'm like, Warriors, if I'm not part of the first 5 comedians in Ghana by 2022, I won't be happy. And right now, you check Google comedians in Ghana, on Google Wikipedia, I'm the 3rd. I'm the 3rd. So, I think it's hard work. It's hard work. And what hurts me most, I don't know how to translate my emotions for people to feel what I have felt in my life. But I want people to know that hardship is not a thing that should make someone take his life or be suicidal. Hey, mommy, nipa funny me. Hey, nipa funny me.
Can be trying.
Nipa funny me, and those things didn't even make us slow down. When I started comedy, I was one of the only artists that, I mean, a lot of comedians can testify. Mijina traffic lights, I say. Every end of the month, I share 5,000 solid flyers, comedy flyers. What is a flyer? Oh, Ben will be cano or oh, Ben will be cano roll in glass. Oh, Ben will be no or train what to say a crumb for. Oh, Ben will be cano. I must not say this, but oh, Ben will be cano. Oh, hey, I don't know, like those. So you see, man has been from a place where we felt like it wasn't possible to a place where we feel like challenge yebi. So Oshana Osho Bina or struggle no if you say na. You always feel like you have to translate your emotion to let the person know that any hardship ni beku nipa. Hardship beku niga anka chale. Poor muni na anka omewu.
Were you at any point suicidal?
Suicidal? Me. Like I'll slap myself. No, I've not. Look, there was a time in my life where there were issues. I wake up from October 28th, 3 years ago. I wake up from October 28th, 29th, 30th, up to November 1st, 2nd, every single day from 28th of October, I spent money until January to February. Every day I wake up and they're like, your brother has done this, you're this, you have to pay this, you have to pay this. When I finished, someone called me. It was my brother. My brother was actually mentally ill. When I finished all these stuffs, someone called me and my cousin and he was like, don't you think Waris is using his little brother for money ritual?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then when she called me, she was crying. And then I told her, look, Samira, I've been through the valley of the shadow of death. I've seen everything. And I don't feel any emotions towards anything. Once I didn't die, once my brother didn't die, once I've seen my mom on a level where they can't die, where she don't die, no news, gossip about me or any other thing where you go really touch me, where you go make I go take something, say, and I can't do something to my body. And one thing about me is that I live alone. I live solely alone. Me say, Bibia to me na makotina down from na bon command to forget. Madam, I will face it. I should be with my depression. I'll give him chair, we will eat. You understand? So it's life. You have to be that kind of tough person. I'm not saying I'm too perfect, but when I know a lot of people who look up to me and they somehow say that, oh, Waris, Charlie, I dey trust this guy on these ways. And sometimes I want to let the public know that if you are going through a thing that looks like Charlie, everybody, they can't die for your life safe. It shouldn't make you commit suicide. You should be strong. you should hope.
Motivational speaker Waris.
I swear to God.
Finally,
they said that thing to shy off when I started my career though. Now me I feel like their goals are in line with my goals. So if I have to do something with Ifya Schwarzenegger, I'll do it with her. If I have to do with Tracy Boache, I'll do it with her. It got to a point everybody was like, hey, what do you show? But let me tell you something. That point when the word was coming, I sat down and I asked myself, I don't know more kasa oya. Me dream when who say those things come to you at a point when you're about to break into the system, where that word is supposed to calm you down. And then when you are able to overcome it, that word goes off and you go. So I didn't give up. I was doing even overly. And then it got to a point, that thing na omo kasa oya ahoshe na ebedu baby na wo mpo na man for person omo ne all day. Omo ye ahoshe.
Also.
You understand? To say nyamete ya MFA e ka say same.
What they call fafa baby biom. Your comedy career. Is it paying off?
Oh, it's paying. Charlie, look at the phone I'm using.
Hey, please zoom in.
At least
let's see the phone.
Me phone in your shake crowd no to we am the tour.
Hey, sir.
Comedy etia. Entia nka me before me to iPhone 12. This is coming new every day. Etia pa. Yeah, at least you understand. But if you look at some of your camera guys, some of them know they use 12 set.
Please leave my camera guys
out. That's why me say
it's not an achievement.
It's iPhone is achievement right now. The madam will be on the charger credit bar. iPhone charger. They say, hey, iPhone charger. Let's go home.
On this note, Waris, please put out your final words out there.
Well, these are my final words, but it doesn't mean I'm dying. My final words is that you see this pizza here? I don't know what my final words. It's a cheesy pizza. That's my final words. John, wow. Why? Yeah.
Waris is just a whole mood. And before the show ends, Cheesy Pizza has asked me to give you a coupon. So here you are.
Wow. To get how many pizzas?
So you can visit the branches stated on the coupon, any of the branches, and then you get yourself some pizza. Why are you laughing that much?
They gave me 5 pizzas. Well, they are dead.
Well, let's leave Waris to drill with his pizza and the whole. What is happening here?
The pizza is nice.
Waris, you won't come to this show again. You are banned.
They let me do what I want to do.
Yes, I guess you have had a good time on the show. You
said I'm gentle. Now I'm doing madman thing. I say no.
On the show. Should I leave the show for you, Waris? And they wrap up for me.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Look. This is the Talk Entertainment. Yeah, can't you say?
Talk Entertainment.
Talk
Entertainment.
Look. Thanks for watching me on Talk Entertainment right here on GhanaWeb TV. The name remains Comedian Waris, and I'm here with my guest. What is your name? You think I'll say it?
Elsie Lamar.
That's true. Do you have a boyfriend?
Why do you keep asking?
I want to know if you have one. When are you breaking up so that we just marry?
Sign out.
So sign out. You two are watching me. You sign out. Why? Sign out. You what? Comedy. You see that?
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Market in Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Market in Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. I would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
Known as cycle. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been leading the campaign to wage war against operators engaged in illegal fishing practices, including cycle, through collaboration and engagement with stakeholders for voluntary compliance. In addition, a new national plan of action to prevent, deter, and eliminate illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, IUU 2021 to 2025, is being implemented. Actions taken by the ministry as part of implementing the IMPOA include observers placed on all industrial vessels during fishing expedition, electronic monitoring of vessels at sea, intensified at-sea inspection and beach combing operations to strictly monitor compliance of fisheries laws and regulations, arrest and prosecution of offenders for infractions under the out-of-court settlement committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Minister what the impact of this new legislation or policies on the operations of the fisheries, whether they are actually achieving the goal. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, the plan is to prevent, deter, and prosecute. And I believe it's helping the ministry to achieve its goal. Since the reopening of the sea for the industrial vessels in September, Mr. Speaker, there used to be a serious cycle operation on the sea. But since we brought in these measures, from September to date, we have not had any issue of cycle, and I believe it is helping us. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the Minister of Fisheries for a great and excellent job done. Thank you.
Very well. You have had an opportunity already. Has Honorable Member for Tema East come back? Is he in the chamber now? Yes. Question number 242, you may ask your question now.
I rise to ask a question on behalf of the member for Akama East.
For the committee meeting, sorry.
So you are not a member of Tema East. That one, you should seek permission from me. I didn't realize. I thought you were Tema East. Very well. So who is Tema East? Can I see your face? Can you take off the mask so I can identify you? Very well. Very well. Okay. You may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development what economic impact mitigation measures are available for peasant and or artisanal fisher folk for the 2021 close fishing season, which is imminent.
Yes, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry during the implementation of the 2021 close season supported fishers across the 4 coastal regions, namely Greater Accra, Volta, Central, and Western regions, respectively, with some relief items including 15,000 bags of rice and 6,250 cartons of cooking oil, outboard motors. So these fisher folks, the ministry has also initiated the distribution of approved fishing nets to artisanal fisher folks in the Volta and Central regions, respectively. Other regions are yet to benefit from this intervention by government under the Fishing Input Support Scheme. Thank you.
Yes, if you have any follow-up questions, you may.
Mr. Speaker, it appears that the peasant fisher folks along the coast, especially Tema Harbour, which is hosting a lot of migrant fishermen, are not given the needed support prior and after the close season. Will the Honourable Minister assure this House that given the numbers in Tema Fishing Harbour before, during and after the close season, the fisher folks themselves would receive the support that the Minister mentioned?
Yes, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister is asking that the things you share, the fisher folk, local people don't appear to receive them. Will you assure him that you ensure they get them? Am I right?
Mr. Speaker, I was so much involved in the distribution of the relief items, and especially Tema. I did the distribution myself. The whole of Greater Accra, I did the distribution, myself and my deputy. We did the distribution. But yes, we will still assure that come this year, we will provide more to support the fisher folks. Thank you.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I am the MP for Tema East, and soon after the distributions, the complaints from the fisher folks to my office has been enormous and growing by the day. I will be surprised if indeed the fisher folks got the required quantities. I premised my supplementary question on the fact that we have a lot of migrant fishermen into the Tema fishing harbor, and that is what is creating the problem for the local fishermen in Tema. Either the allocation or proportionate allocations were not made, and so the people did not get what is due. But I take the assurance from the minister that going forward, she would ensure that the needful is done. My other supplementary question is, Mr. Speaker, the challenge of closed season in Tema is exacerbated by the fact that the port activities prevent the local fishermen from fishing around the port area. And so during closed season, and even after, it appears the peasant fishermen are not able to fish around or within the 20 nautical miles of the port area. Has this come to the attention of the minister? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any idea about this. And as he's mentioned it, I'll send the Fisheries Commission Executive Officer to do this inquiry and come back with a report. Thank you.
Yes, your last follow-up question, if any.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess from the posting of the minister, she would want to consult for my other questions to be addressed. But if that doesn't happen, I'll come back. Thank you.
Are you asking a question relating to Tema? Because we have moved away from all the general ones. Now we are on specifics. Yes, Honorable Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question I wanted to ask earlier is even more relevant with the 242 than the previous question. What I wanted to know was that the annual closure of the sea, the idea was to be able to increase the fish stock, in terms of size and volume. I want to know whether there is any evidence that by doing so, the fish stock actually, becomes bigger in terms of volume and size, because I don't understand the science. Because the ocean or the sea is not a lake where you will keep the fish to get bigger. I mean, they move along the ocean, and it's a seasonal thing. So you could get fish bigger in Ghana, and then they will end up in Cote d'Ivoire.
Honorable member for Cape Coast South, nothing stops you from asking your own question. But when you're doing a follow-up question, our rules are that there must emanate from the answer in respect of which the minister gave. Question 242 was with respect of the impact of aquaculture, that economic impact mitigation measures are available for peasant farmers during the close season. That was the answer and the question she answered. Your question must follow from this answer. Yours is probably somewhere else, and I suggest that you file your own question. You have given you one opportunity already, so I don't intend to give you another one. And this is at Tema. This is Tema, you are to do. 664. She has already answered that question. I'm afraid we've gone past there. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged now. Minister for Youth and Sports will now take the seat. The first question is in the name of the Honourable Member for Tamale North, Mr. Suhuyini Al-Hassan Saibu.
Yes, you may ask question number 152 now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister of Youth and Sports how many AstroTurf pitches the ministry has constructed or facilitated, at what cost, and at which locations. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to answer this question. Mr. Speaker, the ministry through the National Youth Authority initiated the construction of 2 AstroTurfs, artificial football pitches with auxiliary facilities at Tuba in the Botima English Amanfrom in the Greater Accra region and in Mamponten in the Kwabri East in Ashanti region. The ministry also collaborated with the following institutions to construct AstroTurfs in some part of the country. A, the Middle Belt Development Authority. B, the Zongo Development Fund. C, the Ghana National Gas Company. D, the Coastal Development Authority. E, the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. The major objectives were to improve youth development through sports and entrepreneurship training to encourage the youth to contribute to the national development. Mr. Speaker, I've provided a detailed answer to the question on page 36 of today's order paper, page 37, page 38, page 39, page 40, page 41, page 42, page 43, up to page 44, excluding the answer to question number 166. So I will request the Hansard department to capture the entire answer and wait for supplementary question. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to commend the Minister for taking his time to give a comprehensive list of projects, in some cases including the cost of those projects. Mr. Speaker, my follow-up question relates to the distribution of these turfs, however. Having gone through the answer provided, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that there is no AstroTurf in Northern Region. There is no AstroTurf in Volta Region, and there is no provision for an AstroTurf in the Upper West Region. Mr. Speaker, out of about 89 AstroTurfs, the Ashanti and Eastern regions alone have benefited more than 30 of those AstroTurfs. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister if this is a fair distribution of such a facility championed by state agencies and by the ministry, and what went into the determination of such a skewed distribution of these AstroTurfs.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my answer is very clear, and I've mentioned that we collaborated with the other institutions like the Middle Belt Development Authority and the Coastal Development Authority, and we also have the Northern Development Authority. Mr. Speaker, most of this funding are coming from the $1 million, one constituency allocation, and mostly the members of parliament have to collaborate with the local district assembly in determining what they want to use those facilities for. So in this case, most of the projects, especially in the Middle Belt Authority, these are the MPs work very closely with the DCEs to determine the projects that they want to do. And I believe that every constituency was given its share of the $1 million constituencies. And so I'll urge that going forward, you collaborate very well with your local assemblies in determining the projects that you want to execute, because there are projects currently ongoing under that initiatives in Tamale North constituency. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not entirely satisfied with the answer provided in relation to how skewed the distribution is. But as the Minister has invited, perhaps we'll do some follow-ups later. But my next question, Mr. Speaker, relates to the costs of these projects. Mr. Speaker, there seem to be very worrying disparities as far as the costs is concerned. You will notice that whereas some institutions are constructing these astroturfs at a maximum of 1.5 million Ghana cedis, some of the institutions are constructing almost similar for 3.2 and 1.9 in some cases, million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, for example, on pages 35, yes, you would have noticed that the Savannah region, Salaga, conversion of Green Park to AstroTurf at Salaga cost 1.9 million Ghana cedis. Then you look at Eastern region, Birim Central, Akimoda, conversion of Green Park to AstroTurf at Akimoda, and it is 1.7 compared to 1.9 in the case of Salga and in the case of Yeji. The Speaker, it is even worse when you look at Okai Kwesa, Fadama, construction of artificial turf football parks at Fadama, and it is 3.2 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, I can go on and on, where similar are than in other areas for 1.8 million Ghana cedis. Can the Minister explain to us what accounts for this price, very, very serious price disparities as far as the projects are concerned, when the descriptions are almost the same and the facilities as indicated by the answers are the same, yet the prices are dissimilar?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the description might be the same, but the scope of work might differ. In most cases, like you have mentioned, for example, the one at English here, Amanfro, even though it's an AstroTurf, you have 1,000-seater capacity there. The one at Fadama, for example, because major social events are used there is also seats provisions provided. And Mr. Speaker, in some of the projects, you have inner parameters fencing and outer parameter fencing. So the scopes differ from project to project, and that is why the cost also differs in execution. Thank you.
Yes, your last follow-up question, please.
Mr. Speaker, if you go through the answers, it is not entirely correct that the scope differ. And maybe I'll just go through a few. Construction of one artificial turf at Apenkwa, the scope is the same, and yet the figure is about 1.3 million. And then when you look at construction of AstroTurf at Kansawuradu, it's the same again, but the cost is 1.6 and the scope is the same. But Mr. Speaker, my last question is related to the safety of these AstroTurfs. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out what assessment the ministry has done in relation to how best AstroTurfs can promote soccer, because in most cases there are soccer pitches in this country, given the publicized research that shows that these AstroTurfs are fading out in developed countries. Indeed, our own soccer star, Sami Kufuor, recently bemoaned the springing up of these AstroTurfs and indicated how these AstroTurfs are being put aside in Europe and Germany, and was worried of how it can affect the development of soccer. So I want to find out from the minister what assessment was done as far as the impact of these AstroTurfs on the growth of soccer is concerned before the promotion of sale across the country, the construction across the country.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a very detailed assessment across the country of our sports facilities and the need for us to have sports facilities at the basic level, especially at the district level, to be able to provide the needed sports infrastructure to develop the talent that God has given to this country. Mr. Speaker, yes, my brother is right that the AstroTurf, as compared to the natural grass, preferably the natural grass will be more preferable. But the conditions, especially the weather conditions and the maintenance cost involved in maintaining this natural grass is very, very severe. Because once there's a heavy usage in this natural grass, the cost and maintaining the natural grass becomes even more expensive as compared to the AstroTurf. So that is why government took a decision that once you get a quality AstroTurf, the lifespan can even go beyond 10 to 15 years. And that is why we took a decision to ensure that we get the needed sports infrastructure through the artificial AstroTurfs for the country. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable. Sir Whips, I thought you would have the last word. You wait and do the last word for the leadership. Yes. I'm looking at those who haven't asked the question today. Yeah, the lady in the middle.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to draw the Minister's attention to Table 4.4. Number 2, construction of one number artificial AstroTurf at Apenkwan. When you go to number 22, we have the same thing there, construction of one number AstroTurf at Apenkwan at the same cost. I want to find out from the Minister if there are 2 projects in Apenkwan. Number 22, Table 4.4. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister. You appear to have done a double counting.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's only one AstroTurf at Apenkwan. It's only one, it's not 2. Thank you.
I wanted to give to, yes, Bolly Bamboy, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister whether they have put in place any mechanism to ensure that they are able to maintain these facilities. Because going around and seeing some of them, they have already started deteriorating. What have you put in place to ensure that they are able to maintain them? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have directed the National Sports Authority to have a maintenance manual for all these facilities so that it doesn't take you to just decide when and how to maintain it. So there is a maintenance manual that is prepared for all these facilities, astroturfs, and even our sports stadia, so that you know as and when to do what at the various facilities. So there is a maintenance manual that has been prepared for all the facilities. Thank you.
Ranking for sports, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Coming from the answer given and relating to the source of funding being $1.21 million, will you look at table 30 on page 37, the table on page 37? You will notice that you have in Shawam alone having 1, 2, 3 astroturfs. Now, the question is this. Are you alluding to the fact that, per your statement you made, they got funding from wherever, any of the development authorities, to construct 3 for Insawam alone, even 4 for Insawam alone, out of their allocation of $1 million per constituency? Is that what you are trying to say?
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, the $1 million per constituency is a yearly allocation that is given to every constituency, and the member of parliament for Insawam Adadri prioritize sports infrastructure against other infrastructure in his constituency. So, yes, he wrote, even now, he has, Mr. Speaker, he has written 2 letters already on my desk requesting for me to visit in Sawam to even bring sports academy, because he has started engaging. So I will urge members of parliament to also do same, so that we will be able to work together and promote sports. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the minister, who is monitoring this project, the progress?
Honorable Member for German, can you turn off your phone? So it is. Yes.
Thank you,
Turn it
Mr.
off and
Speaker.
continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister, how is the progress of these projects being monitored? I have one of these projects in my constituency, specifically in my hometown, Farmine. If you look at the table 4, that is number 19, and the price is 1.425 million Ghana cedis. Page 36. Page 38. Mr. Speaker, this project has been left at the mercy of the weather for almost a year now. You have the carpet, the goalposts, and all things just lying there. I wonder if there's anybody monitoring the progress of these projects. Can the minister tell me? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the said project is funded by the Middle Belt Development Authority, and he said on page 38, and the authority will monitor the progress of work, then the ministry will assist in commission and take over the facility to manage after completion, after construction. So in terms of construction, is the authority that is responsible of the progress of work. But once it's finished, the ministry will take over to ensure that we maintain it for the good people of your constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Telabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, there's a table Table 4.0, the Middle Belt Development Authority. The authority has undertaken the underlisted construction of AstroTurf. And number 6, Eastern Region, Lower Manyo Krobo, precisely Odumasi Krobo, my hometown. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister, is it that they are now going to construct or it has been constructed? Because there's nothing there. And there's a cost attached. It is Odumasi where I come from. And there's nothing to that effect. Can you clarify? Is it not going to be constructed or it has been constructed? Sorry? Oh no, go. Tell us.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said, as members of Parliament, we have a responsibility of ensuring that we work very closely with the local assembly and the authorities that we have established. And this project falls under the Middle Belt Development Authority. As a member of Parliament for Mayor Kobo, you know about this project. You know about this project that the contract has been awarded, contractor has mobilized, and he's currently on site. You know about it.
There is nothing. There is nothing there. There is nothing.
Honorable Dela Kofi, after that out.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I want to find out from the minister. I was quite surprised not to find Pando on his list of AstroTurf, because to the best of my knowledge, GMPC has assured the people of Pando that they are going to do an AstroTurf there. That's one. And then, Mr. Speaker, he said letters on his table. The chiefs of Pando have written him a letter more than 4 months now, just asking him that they want to reconstruct the wall around the sports stadium. We still haven't gotten a reply. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, why haven't you responded to Pando?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll cross-check with the ministry and ensure that we respond to your letter. Thank you.
Last one will go to Solar Tuna Kalba before I come here.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister indicates that an AstroTurf has been constructed in the Solar Tuna Kalba district. Mr. Speaker, Solar Tuna Kalba has not benefited from this project. Mr. Speaker, he says MPs should have some collaboration with the ministry and the authority. Mr. Speaker, if the authority decides to do a project without notifying a member of parliament, how will that person know and collaborate?
No, it's MP's money.
And the minister claims it's MP's money.
It's not an argument time. Ask your question, please.
Yes, my question is, Solar Tuna Kalba has not benefited from any project, and he has quoted 1.8 million Ghana cedis as the amount spent on a project in Solar Tuna Kalba. So,
he says Solar Tuna Kalba has not benefited, so how come their name is on the list?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll cross-check the district, but the community where the AstroTurf is Larbanga, and it's being funded by the Zongo Development Fund. So I'll cross-check. I'm not sure whether Larbanga is in Solar Tuna Kalba. I have to cross-check.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, I just made an interesting observation, and I thought I should bring it to the attention of the minister. I realized that he itemized a number of AstroTurf projects, and Speaker, if you look at it carefully, all of them were sponsored by agencies and the ministry, different from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Now, I wish to find out from the minister, why is he holding himself responsible for these projects, especially when they were funded by agencies different from his ministry?
Honorable, he said they are collaborating with those agencies, so I think it's as a result of this collaboration. Very well, I'll move on to the next question for the minister. It's in the name of Mr. Kofi Akunoko Evalue Ajomorojra. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the former Minister for Youth and Sport wanted to ask a question. So if you can allow him to just ask the question. To clarify...
I beg you, I've given more than 15 people the opportunity here. You can't have all of them.
I appreciate that.
And I saw that he came in recently, so for his punishment, he should wait.
So that's his punishment, right, Mr. Speaker?
I'm not talking about Nilante.
No, I'm talking about Nilante.
Oh, yeah, that I was talking about. I thought you were talking about Nilante. But Nilante has had two opportunities, so that's why I jumped him. And fisheries, yes. That's why I jumped him. If he has asked other questions.
Yeah, on youth and
please,
sports.
there have about 6 more questions for youth and sports.
Well, we are doing only questions today, so yeah, we have agreed to do only questions.
You, as a leader, you give your opportunity to very well. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I agree perfectly that this is in collaboration with other agencies. I want to ask the question. First question is that I've noted on page 43. Page 43. Right, Honorable Speaker, item 13 on table 4.3. I've seen Bodriase, a Futu municipal district. I don't know whether Ghana's map has been changed. Because Bodriase is not in the Futu municipal. Also, with Buko, my own place, I want to find out why under the Coastal Development Authority, all these astroturfs that are being constructed, unlike the other tables we have seen, have cost and the contractors attached to it. But this one, under the Coastal Development Authority, there is no cost and the contractors are also missing.
Yes, Honorable Minister, why is the Coastal Development Authority not providing cost and name of construction company?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Bodriase one, I have to cross-check. It might be a typo that we have to correct. But on the, like I said, most of these sports facilities, astroturfs, the ministry is working in collaboration with other agencies. So the answers provided by those agencies implemented, those constructing, is what I've provided. So if you need further and better particulars on that particular project, I'll liaise with the authority, the Coastal Development Authority, and get you that information. Thank you.
Very well. I think I can now move on to the next question in the Sports Ministry. It's by the honourable member for Evalue Ajomorojra.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. The name is Kofi Akunoku, and the constituency is Evalue Ajomorojra. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when the Axim Sports Complex will be completed. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Resource Center at Axim in the Western region is 90% complete, the first phase, and the ministry is awaiting funds to complete the project by the end of the year. The purpose for this center is to equip the youth in the constituency with appropriate skills to contribute their quota to the development of this our great country. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity again. In the Minister's response, he indicated that the project is about 90% complete. Well, and he also said that the project was expected to be completed by the end of this year. Right Honorable Speaker, today's date is 8 December 2021. So would the Minister be kind enough, in clear language, to tell us, the people of Evalua Jomodura, when this project, this crucial project, will be completed? Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has just mobilized. We have resourced the contractor, and the contractor will be going back to site to complete the project. So you can get assurance from me that we will complete the project for the good people of Azim, for the purpose of which the project was sent there. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank the Minister for what he just said. And it is my prayer that he sticks to it. Mr. Speaker, I end by a humble appeal that this project is so crucial to the people of Axim. I've been at site several times, and I can say that there is visible spots of deforestation. So I wish to say that it is a humble appeal that you stick to your word and ensure that this project is completed and put to use. Thank you very much.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
I just want to know whether the Minister is departing from the answer given that you gave end of this year. The follow-up question to you was like, oh, you are sure that you'll be completing it. We want specific answer as to whether you are altering what is written here.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I said the ministry was waiting for funds to complete the project, and we just received the funds, and we have mobilized the contractors to go to site. So the contractor is there. Hopefully, the project, what I can assure this House is that the project will be completed and it will be put to use. Thank you.
But you didn't assure that it will be completed this year. The record must be clean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for this year, I can't commit that by the end of this year because we've just given resources to the contractor. So what I can assure this House is that the project will be completed and put to good use. Thank you.
Very well. I'll move on to question number 246. I don't know if you remember for Pristia Huni Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask Minister for Youth and Sports when the construction of artificial turf at Aboso and Pristia will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Scott Stadium AstroTurf in Pristia is Ghana National Petroleum Corporation GNPC sponsored project, which was contracted to IT Waters. The project commenced on the 10th of May 2020, and the current state of the project stands at 15% on the ground preparation. The project will be completed subject to timely release of funds. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the next question Aboso AstroTurf. The TT Park AstroTurf in Aboso is a coastal development authority sponsored project which was contracted to AstroTurf Ghana. The project commenced on the 19th May 2020
The current state of the project stands at 80% complete, with artificial turf fixed, floodlights installed, fencing completed. The project will be completed subject to release of funds. Thank you.
Yes, any follow-up questions?
Follow-up questions.
Yes, Honorable Member for Christian Munivali, have 3 more opportunities before anybody comes in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Mr. Speaker, my first question to the Minister. I want the Minister to explain to this House and also the good people of Christian Munivali what has changed the narratives between 10th May and today. On 10th May 2021, on 10th May 2020, when the sword cutting ceremony was performed, it was categorically stated that GMPC has provided full funding for the project and that the contractor was expected to complete the project within 6 months. Now, I'm just opposing that one to your answer at the last one, that the project will be completed subject to timely release of the fund. Where is the fully funded fund by GMPC? And why 6 months has landed in 20 months now?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my brother knows very well that from 20th May 2020, the whole world has not been the same. COVID pandemic have struck the entire world, and GMPC itself have to put his house together and reorganize itself. There was lockdown across the country, and the operations also suffered as a result of that. So I've engaged GMPC to see to it that this project is completed. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, from point 2 of Roman I, Minister is saying that 15% of the ground preparation has been completed. And in construction, ground preparation constitutes 20% of the whole project. So 15% of 20% means 3%. And 3% is insignificant. It's just like they've not started anything at all. So there's this letter from stakeholders, the Humane and Prestigious Traditional Authority, sent to the Municipal Assembly that the stakeholders, we want to go the natural way. We want to grow our green grasses, and maybe after 6 months we can use the fund. I don't know whether you are privy to this information. If you are not privy to this information, sending the information to you that stakeholders, including myself, we want to go the natural way, grow our green grasses. And then after 6 months, we can use the food, because the delay has denied the good people of Christian Munivali the opportunity to develop their sporting skills and then talent. 3 teams qualified this year to second division.
Honorable, can I ask a question? Please?
Yes, my question is, Minister, you agree that we should go our natural way or we should wait for the artificial turf?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware that the stakeholders have changed their mind, but they should write to the ministry and also copy the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GMPC, so that together we can sit and see the way forward. Because for now, the contract that was awarded to IT Waters is an AstroTurf. So there's a contract in place. So we have to sit together and see the way forward. But so that's my answer. So you have to write formally.
Mr. Speaker,
you are done. You have had 3 already. Yes.
Going through the regions that benefited from the AstroTurf, the OT region was not mentioned. I want to know how did the selection of the regions
Honorable, please, that's not a follow-up to this question. Now we do follow-ups. You may ask your own question of the minister at another occasion. Thank you. Yes, leader.
I just want the minister to clarify. According to the member, not that the people of Christie have changed their mind not to have the AstroTurf. You're saying that because of the delay, can they go the natural way and grow the grass so that they can be using it until the contractor comes to site? That's why. So I want you to clarify that aspect. They haven't changed their mind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll urge the Member of Parliament to engage the stakeholders there to write officially to me. Then we'll take a decision.
Very well. I'll proceed. Number 247 is the name of the chief whip.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
I've been authorized by the chief whip to ask a question on his behalf. With your kind permission, may I go ahead?
Please proceed.
Minister for Youth and Sports, I want to ask whether the ministry has any arrangement to build a sports center in the Isawam Adredri constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has initiated one constituency, one AstroTurf policy in view to ensure that every constituency in the country has been provided with a modern pitch to develop the potential of our youth, and in Sawam Adredri constituency will not be left out. The ministry is seriously pursuing this agenda to promote decent sporting activities in the country and to unearth talent for international competition. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, no follow-up question. Very well. Question number 353 is in the name of the Honorable Member Fadenta, Mohammed Adamu Ramadan. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the urgent steps the ministry is taking to prevent any future flooding of the recently commissioned AstroTurf in Ajingano as the rainy season has begun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Adenta Municipal Assembly has awarded contract to Messrs. Ray Madi Engineering and Consulting Limited for the construction of connecting roads and storm drains in and around the community of the facility.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Honorable Secretary of the Speaker to take the chair. Please continue with the answer if you are not done. You're done. Very well. Yes, follow-up question, please.
Yes, Honorable Member for Duncan. You may go on. Mr. Speaker, you're welcome. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Minister, I cross-checked from the Assembly. This answer indicates that the Assembly has awarded a contract to Rai Madi Engineering, but I confirmed from the Assembly is not aware of this. Assembly hasn't awarded any contract to this company. So if this contract has been awarded, then it's probably maybe by urban roads. But I can say on authority that nothing has been done with respect to the scope we're talking about, connecting roads and storm drains. Nothing has been done of that sort around that area. I don't know if you are aware of that. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I said in my answer, I said a contract has been awarded the work actually is here to be started. So I will urge my honorable member for Adenta to liaise with my ministry so that together we can see to it that the contractor, whether it is the municipal assembly or the sponsored company, because it was Ghana Gas that sponsored that facility, so that I will cross-check to see the exact agency that awarded the contract to them for them to do the drainage work there. So let's communicate and see to it that is done. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Adenta is lucky to have so far 2 astroturfs. One was awarded in 2019 by GMPC, and the other was awarded in 2020 by Ghana Gas. The Ghana Gas one has been completed. That's the one in Ajingano. But the one that was commenced in 2019, Mr. Speaker, I wish from table 4.4, it indicates the year, the constituency, and then the amount. I would have wished it would also indicate how far the job has gone, because for the one in Mamomo, what has been done so far is less than 20 or 30% of it. So, like the minister was saying, that Chief Whip had written a letter to him for him to come to his constituency. I also want to extend this invitation to the minister to come with me to the constituency so that he can see what has been done so far. Yeah. And the sad thing is that this used to be the only park in the community where the young boys play football. They've taken over the park and nothing is happening there. So, Mr. Speaker, if the minister can please indulge so that he would come with me to go to the constituency and see what has been done so far. So the question is to invite the minister to join you?
Yes, I'm inviting the minister, yes. And then my final... Yeah, so if
Minister, so this is not a question. It's just throwing an invitation.
Yeah. My final question, Mr. Speaker. Table 4.4. When you look at the breakdown, it suggests that GMPC has awarded 28 different astroturfs. But if you go through the list carefully, you would find that item numbered 1 to 8 has been repeated 21 to 28. So if we can strike that out so that it would capture correctly that GMPC has awarded 20 and not 28 astroturfs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So it doesn't demand. Yes. So we move to question number 396. That stands the name of a member for Sisala West, Honorable Adam Muhammad Supal. Honorable member, the minister is listening to you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I ask the question on behalf of Honorable Adam Suparo. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the status of the 10 Youth Resource Center projects in the country.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, work is at the various stages in the construction of the 10 youth resource centers across the country. The major objectives are to improve youth development through recreation, sports, entrepreneurship training, and to encourage the youth to acquire livelihood in order to make valuable contribution to the national development. The progress of work from the commencement to date of the 10 youth resource centers are discussed as follows. Mr. Speaker, A, Youth Resource Center, Ho Adaku. The progress of work for the first phase is 80% complete. Youth Resource Center, B, Minamini in Ashanti region. The first phase progress of work is 95% complete. C. Youth Resource Center, Dunkwao, Ofe in the Central Region. Progress of work, 80% of the first phase is complete. D. Youth Resource Center, Upper East Region, Navrongo. Progress of work up to date, 78% complete. Youth Resource Center, progress of work to date, 90% complete. Youth Resource Center, Doma and Hinkro in the Brunafo region, the then Brunafo region. Progress of work, 98% of the first phase is complete. Youth Resource Center, Kofodia in the Eastern region. Progress of work, 94% complete. Youth Resource Center, Wa in the Upper West region. Progress of work, 90% complete. Youth Resource Center, Greater Accra region. North Kaneshi, progress of work, 90% complete. Youth Resource Center, Northern region, Yendi, progress of work, 70% complete. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, looking at these projects that the Minister has just mentioned, the timelines for completion, the percentages and all of that, and I'm aware these projects were awarded somewhere in 2018, and it appears none of them have been completed. What assurance can the Minister give to this House, and for that matter, the people of Upper West, when their Youth Resource Center will be completed and the other ones? Just timelines. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the assurance I want to give to the Honourable Member is that currently, even this answer I gave, the current date, progress of work, the second phase have started in Upper West. As we speak, the fence wall is being constructed as we speak. The seat has been fixed, installed. The floor light has been purchased and also currently at Upper West. So you should be assured that you should be rest assured that this project will be completed on time to put to good use. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I know the Minister is a young man who wants to develop sports development, or who wants to ensure that sports development is enhanced in the country. And these answers that he has given, I will hold him to these answers, and I know he will deliver. Thank you very much.
Very well. Is it a constituency specific question? Yes, let me come to you, Honourable Wayomi. Yes. Yes, Honourable.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's because the answer has provided a broader, perspective to the question. That's why I just want to ask whether you made mention of first phase. The statistics you provided are the first phase of the project completed. Will you enlighten us on the scope of the first phase and then the subsequent phases, whether it's going to go through first and second phase to full completion, or first, second, third phases to full completion? So you should let us know.
Very well, Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the model design for the Youth Resource Center, the project is in two phases, the first phase and also the second phase. The first phase scope of work includes a football pitch, an 8-lane run-out track, Titan track, 3 spectator stand, that's for the first phase, a VVIP stand, a tennis court, a handball court, a gymnasium, counseling center, an ICT center, an entrepreneurship center, a restaurant, and also, depending upon the sites, some sites have hostel facility as part of the first phase. Some sites don't. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member for Medina.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inquire from the Minister the sources of funding for the youth resources centers that have been listed in the answer. Thank you.
Minister, are you minded to answer the question? He's asking the source of funding.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sponsored agency for the Youth Resource Center is the National Youth Authority, and we all know that the National Youth Authority gets an allocation from the District Assembly Common Fund. So part of it is used to fund this project. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, honorable member for Kaliu. Kaliu, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to follow up with the question. Honorable Minister, there are various stages of completion, and it's refreshing to note that you are indicating that very soon the one in Wa will be completed. Can you tell whether these projects are on schedule per their original contract? Whether the projects are on schedule per the original contract of completion? If not, what has been the reason for the projects not being on schedule? Thank you.
Yes, honorable minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project currently is not on schedule as per the contract signed, just because of the situation that we find ourselves globally, the COVID situation. It has affected mobilization of logistics and also to be able to complete the project. But we have engaged the consultant and the contractors to ensure that while Youth Resource Centers is completed on time. And the contractor, as we speak, is on site.
Very well. Honorable members, we move to question number 397. And the question stands the name of a member for Ho Central, Honorable Benjamin Komla Pudu. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking the Minister for Youth and Sports when the Volta Regional Youth Resource Center, which includes the AstroTurf Sports Facility at Noveno, near Ho, will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Resource Center in the Volta region the first phase is 80% completed, and the ministry is awaiting funds, the release of funds to complete the project on schedule. The objective of this project is to provide a center for the youth development and leveraging on sports to provide them with the skills to contribute their quota to the development of our country. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, any further question?
Mr. Speaker, the Minister says the project is 80% complete. The response is too scanty for me to give me any information about the project. Because you say you have started a project with the following things as part of the scope. A FIFA standard football pitch, an 8-lane modern track, tennis, handball, and volleyball courts. And it's also supposed to have a gymnasium, a multipurpose ICT center, an entrepreneurship center, counseling unit, and a modern restaurant. And the speaker, if you go there, you don't see anything in this area. And you say it's 80% complete. Mr. Speaker, I want to know whether you have varied the scope.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we should not vary the scope. The scope for the first phase still stands. And I want to let my senior member of parliament for the whole central knows that the project, as he has said, the FIFA standard football pitch is currently done, and you are aware. The 8-lane running track is also done, and you are aware. And the 3 spectator stand, we are even increasing it in the second phase, so you get 5 instead of 3. So the capacity is going to increase from the 5,000 that you know to maybe 8,000. We also have tennis court, which is done currently is done. We also have the handball court is done, the gymnasium is done, the counseling session is also done. So that all these scope are captured and they are done. Even the seats, if you go to the facility now, the seats are being installed. And you are aware. President Akufo-Addo don't take the good people of Whole Central for granted. We are going to complete it.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kodo.
Mr. Speaker.
Any further questions? I hope you are okay.
Mr. Speaker, I have gone there. I have gone there to the field. Some seats have been installed, but the grass area is now for cattle to graze on. Cattle is grazing on that field, and he's telling me that it's a football pitch, and there's an 8-lane distance. When last did you go there? And let me ask you, you are not even sure of this capacity. Is it 5,000 or 10,000? The capacity of the stadium there, is it 5,000 or 10,000?
Minister, he wants to know the capacity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first phase, like I said, is 5,000. But the good news is that you are going to get a second phase. And the second phase scope will come with a fence wall to protect the spectators and the athletes who will be using the facility. And also will increase the stand from the 3 stand to 5. So you are going to get an increase in capacity of the stadium when completed. Thank you. From 5,000 to 7,000.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Senior Member.
Mr. Speaker, he has confused me even more. He has confused me more. Because the reports, when the minister went to pay a visit to the place, was that they have increased it from 5,000 to 10,000, and the former price of $1.8 million had gone up to $2.4 million US. But he's telling me either 5,000 or 8,000 or 7,000. I don't know which is which. So my interest in completing the project. So I want to ask the minister why the contractor is no longer on site and when the project will be completed.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my answer to the Member of Parliament, I indicated that the contractor will get back to site as soon as funds are released. So once we get a funding released to the contractor, we'll mobilize the contractor to go back on site. But I can assure you that this project is going to be completed and put to good use for the good people of Wu Central. Thank you.
I know I have exhausted my supplementary questions.
Honorable Podo, you know you've already exhausted it. So.
But if we can...
Anyway, you are a senior member, so I'll allow you. Go on.
If we can give...
I'm just closely behind you.
If we can give an idea, because this project was awarded and it was to last for 9 months, then it was extended, and we are still extending it. Nothing is happening. So I need some better assurance that when funds are made available, because I believe that funds were available and that was why the project was commenced.
Yes, I know funds will be available when the budget is sorted out. Minister, come and tell him something. Minister, come and tell him something. Just assure him. Once the budget is sorted out, funds will be available for the project.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are waiting patiently to get the budget approved, appropriation approved. And once the budget is appropriated, my senior colleague should be rest assured that we will come back and complete the project for you. Thank you.
Yes, let me invite my brother Bawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker is my brother. That's I know that from what Honorable Podo said, the first phase seems to involve growing grass for cattle to chew, because that's the impression I got. That being said, I want to know from you as the sector minister, when was the last time you visited that project site? When was the last time you visited it? Because there's contradiction from what he is saying and what you seem to be, the picture you seem to be painting. When was the last time you visited that contract site?
David, you see, I just gave you that. The entire question was specific to Wu Central. And the member himself did not even ask the question, because probably he knows the minister.
No, that, Mr. Speaker. The stadium is only located in Wu, but the stadium is a national asset. It is possible people from Bongo can
go to play football there. Minister, may you respond to him?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Wu Central knows very well that I met him just when we were doing the retreat, the budget retreat that we had in Wu. We had a discussion on this project, and I visited the site just to ensure that I have the facts to be able to respond. We had a discussion on this project. Yes, I did. I visited a site when we went to the budget retreat. Alone.
Minister, you have answered the question. No. This is not.
He was I thought he convinced you by saying that even though the stadium is in.
Go on with the question. Go on.
Mr. Speaker, he indicated that he visited the site alone. In his own statement, he had interactions and discussions with the MP in Ho. Now you had discussions with the MP in Ho, yet you chose to visit the site alone. A minister of state. He was.
So what was your question?
Well, I am scandalized. That a minister of state having discussions with the MP.
Your person is tender.
You should give us proof.
Your person is tender.
Give us proof.
Honorable Wayobi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. In fact, I was also going to ask the same question, but also to find out from you, I'm sure you would have noticed, if you actually visited the place, that even the entrance was not accessible. The entrance to the place, to the compound of where the project site was not accessible. So you couldn't even see exactly all the challenges or all the issues the Member of Parliament is talking about. So I think that, can you give a specific time? Because you've assured us, and Mr. Speaker's Committee on Government Assurances is actually taking record of all the things you are saying. So be mindful of that and tell us when
you think the pool of woe and the water region will have this completed?
Minister, hold on. Honorable Woyomi, the next question is yours. Take it as well. Question number 398. Honorable Woyomi, question number 398. Please ask your question. Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What did you see?
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Woyomi asked very relevant question. Please allow the minister, I know he has the answer to the question, to answer the question. Then he can follow up with his own question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my senior member of parliament for South-Tong that once this budget is appropriated, there's no way this project will not be completed. The project will be completed once we get the funds. Thank you.
Very well. Now let me come to you. Honorable Woyomi, your question is 398. You may take the question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the intention for the acquisition of the land near Abubloshi. That is one leg. What is the land size and what plans the ministry has to immediately put the said land to its intended use, Mr. Speaker? Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government is yet to decide on what the land will be used for. Thank you so much.
Yes, any follow-up question, Honorable Woyomi?
Mr. Speaker, this short answer, seriously, the question has 3 legs. It's standing on 3 legs. Actually, the first part of the question was requesting to know the intention for the acquisition, and then the land size, also the plans the ministry has for the place. However, the answer given doesn't reflect the question that I asked. Moving forward, few weeks ago, we saw in the news that there was there was this news item, August 21st, 2021. Agbobuji hosts 111 hospital. I just want to find out from you whether there has been any executive instrument varying the use from the president.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any executive instrument to vary the use of the land. But what I know is that the lands, state land, are vested in His Excellency the President. So as at now, the one who has authority, overall authority to decide the use of the land was given to the National Youth Authority to use, and currently there is no any executive instrument to vary it. But government can decide to use it for any other project. Thank you.
Honorable, you are last supplement the question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think the minister will agree with me that on such occasions we will not debate the issue because of the fact that yes, he's the president, but he has to do the right thing by issuing the EI to vary, because there was an EI that vested the place for specifically youth activities, sports, and all that. And so if it is varying it now, there must be that decision to do the appropriate thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's now jump to question number 399. So, follow-up question. Aburubushi. But do you live at Aburubushi? Anyway, honorable member for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the honorable minister, what is the size of the Agbogloshi land?
The size. Very well. Honorable Minister, the land that you intend acquiring, what is the size?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The land size is 60 acres, but I have to cross-check. I have to cross-check to get you the exact size. But you know, people, they've encroached on it, and the decongesting that was done, we are yet to fence it and take the appropriate size now, because it has been encroached upon from the original size that we know. Thank you.
Very well. Let me now come to question number 399. That stands in the name of Honorable Member for Ashama, Honorable Ernest Henry Nobe. Honorable Member.
Supposed to ask a question, your President. Kuru. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when the Ashama constituency will benefit from the government's intervention of providing AstroTurf for communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Youth and Sports has initiated one constituency, one AstroTurf policy in view to ensure that every constituency in the country has been provided with the modern pitches to develop the potential of our youth, and our Ashama constituency will not be left out. The Ministry of Youth and Sports is seriously pursuing this agenda to promote decent sporting activities in the country and also to unearth talent for international competition. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Henry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want the Minister to avert his mind to the question very well. Yes. I asked, when will Ashama benefit from the government's intervention? I didn't ask whether or not Ashama is part of the project. But the answer given there, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Henry,
is not answering my question.
Yes. Honorable Henry, he has answered your question together with the entire program the government has for all the constituencies.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, I ask the Minister, when will Ashama also benefit from the agenda of the government? When will it be implemented? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ashama constituency will get their share of the AstroTurf under the one constituency, one AstroTurf initiative when the budget is approved and appropriated.
Which budget? Mr. Speaker, thank you. I don't know whether the minister is referring to the 2022 budget, which was rejected. But this agenda for the government to provide AstroTurf for communities have been in existence for almost 5 years now. And you are now talking of when the budget is approved. And I have not seen anything even in the budget, 2022 budget, to that effect. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware Ashama produced very notable players like Thomas Partey, Abu Idrisu, Audu Isaka, Dan Kwe, Kofi Nimo, and others.
And as we speak now, we don't have a single AstroTurf in Ashiaman. Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to assure the people of Ashiaman that they will benefit from the AstroTurf. In fact, immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Henry, the minister has already assured you.
Mr. Speaker,
the minister has already assured
you.
You wait. Probably after next week, when the appropriation bill is passed, you see that Ashiama will benefit.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm saying that there's no provision in the budget as such. And so, if the minister is giving me assurance on this particular budget, I'm a bit confused about it because there's nothing in the budget to that effect. So, I just want the minister to assure the people of Ashiama.
Yeah, minister, tell you something.
When it will happen within the shortest possible time. Or when exactly will it happen? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague, Member of Parliament for the good people of Ashiama, that in considering this budget, the Ministry of Youth and Sports have goods and services and capers, and the committee, your committee, responsible for youth and sports, will be sitting on Friday. So I'm inviting you to come and see. On the capers column, there's a huge amount allocated to ensure that this policy of one constituency, one AstroTurf come to fruition. And the good people of Ashiama will not be left out when the budget is appropriated. Thank you.
Honorable members, please. I may give the leader the opportunity. This is specific question to Ashiama. I'm not going to admit any no. Please indulge me, please. This is Ashiama specific. This is a leader. I'm giving the opportunity to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everybody lives in Ashiama. Ashiama, if you go there, the whole world lives in Ashiama. So we all live in Ashiama. But that is just by the way. Mr. Speaker, the minister, in all the answers he's providing, is linking the projects to the approval of the budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the minister that this is a house of records. You'll be taking on if the budget is approved and the projects are not done. So, Mr. Speaker, take note. We'll hold you to the assurances you are giving that once the budget is approved, all these projects will be done. It's just 12 months. 12 months. Let me remind you.
Very well, then all of us can be assured that next week we'll get rid of the appropriation bill, and the Minister for Youth and Sports will. So, leader, can you give indication if Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, on behalf of the House, let me thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. We are so grateful, and you are hereby discharged.
Lawyer. Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has been done, and we are in your hands for adjournment, except to add that my honorable colleague from Ashiama, Audu Isaka, is not from Ashiama. He was born in Sunyani, and he played in Tema FC, so he's not from there. So we are in your hands for adjournment.
Honorable members, let's turn to item number 6
on today's paper, which is statement
We have a couple of statements that has been admitted. Statements. Please. Let's take one of the statements or two. Please, it has been admitted. So the statement stands in the name of a member for Busa South, Honorable Dr. Prince, Honorable Clementa Park. It also stands in the name of a member for Kankwe South, Honorable Dakwa Newman. It also stands in the name of a member for Pesimentim, Honorable Dr. Prince Hamid Ama, and at the same time it stands in the name of a member for South Dai, Roxanne Nelson Dafiamapo. And the statement, which is a joint one, it is on International Day for Persons with Disabilities. So I invite one of them, Honorable Dr. Apak, to read the statement.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given that we are 4 members of Parliament who are joined to this statement, I wanted to seek your direction, whether perhaps I could read half of it and then let my colleague on the other side also read half of it. I'm seeking your direction. It's a joint statement. Very well, thank you. Joint statement on the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we are most grateful for the privilege given us to make this statement. Mr. Speaker, today of December 2021 commemorates International Day of Persons with Disability, and the theme for this year's campaign is, quote, leadership and participation of persons with disability towards an inclusive, accessible, and sustainable post-COVID world, unquote. We stand here on behalf of both caucuses of the House to make the following joint statement as we join the world to mark the day to promote the rights and well-being of persons with disabilities, and as much as possible highlight the successes and adequacies in our efforts as a nation to shaping an inclusive future for all. Mr. Speaker, disability is part of human experiences and a proximal antecedent of accidents. It is important that we understand accident as any natural or unnatural happenings that cause a malfunction to our abilities as humans. Consistent with this understanding, the World Health Organization and the World Bank, in a study in 2011, suggest that at one point or another, almost every person is exposed to and may experience temporary or permanent disability. Here in Ghana, approximately 4 out of every 10 persons have some form of disability condition, according to the Ghana Disabilities Data Disaggregation Pilot Project in 2018. A study conducted by the Ghana Federation of Disability in 6 regions in Ghana further indicates that 25% of persons with disabilities were born with the condition, while 75% acquired their disabilities on earth. The plethora of evidence appear to amplify the pervasiveness of disability conditions in our society. Mr. Speaker, disability evokes different social constructions depending on the setting in which the concept is used. Ghana has several legal provisions that are meant to protect socially disadvantaged people, including persons with disability, whose rights and freedoms to overall equity and non-discrimination at any level are well guaranteed. Within the context of these provisions, we have as a nation formulated and pursued several policy interventions to minimize the challenges facing persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, Article 29 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana clearly espouses the right of persons with disability. Several other national laws, including the Children's Act 1998, Act 560, the National Health Insurance Act 2012, Act 852, and the Labor Act 2003, Act 651, Pre-Tertiary Education Act, Act 1046, among others, equally seek to protect the rights of persons with disability in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in 2006, the Parliament of Ghana passed the Persons with Disabilities Act, Act 715, which appeared to be a preeminent disability-specific legislation in all of Africa. The Act seeks to protect the rights of persons with disabilities and promote their effective participation in society at all levels. Among other things, Act 715 provides for rights such as unrestricted access to public places and buildings, free healthcare, employment, education, and transportation. The law allowed for a 10-year moratorium within which all public buildings were expected to be made accessible for all, including persons with disability. Unfortunately, the Ghana Accessibility Standards for the Built Environment, developed by the Ghana Standards Authority with input from the disability community, has been rendered a mere rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, Ghana ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, an international human rights treaty of the United Nations intended to protect and promote the rights and dignity of all persons with disabilities, which came after Act 715. Article 4B of the Convention obliges Ghana as a state party to take all appropriate measures, including legislation, to modify or abolish existing laws, regulations, customs, and practices that constitute discrimination against persons with disabilities, and in order that they are in conformity with the present convention. As a signatory to the Vienna Convention of the Law of Treaties, 1969, we as a country cannot derogate what we have ratified. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations, in partnership with Law and Development Associates, in 2013 conducted a gap analysis whose report indicates that the Disability Act needs serious amendment due to the critical gaps which poses significant challenges to persons with disabilities. At present, the rights of all persons with disabilities are not fully recognized and actively protected. As long as the Act remains in its present state, Mr. Speaker, persons with disabilities, especially women and girls, as well as the aged, will continue to suffer many forms of hardship in their social lives, and what ought to be considered as a matter of protecting the social rights of persons with disabilities will be seen as a social welfare provision. Mr. Speaker, the African Disability Protocol ensures that no one is truly left behind. It is unique to the continent and makes African practices and concerns takes African practices and concerns into consideration so that the lives of people with disabilities are improved. It addresses the ingrained issues of disability discrimination to ensure everyone can access health, education, employment without stigma or barriers. The ratification of the African Disability Protocol by government would not only address the contextual issues of harmful practices affecting persons with disability, but also would foster the inclusive development agenda, which underscores the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Ghana is highly regarded as a practitioner, as a pacesetter among the Committee of African Countries, for which reason many AU member states would potentially be encouraged to do same once Ghana ratifies the protocol, in order to achieve the 15 ratifications needed for the protocol to come into effect. Mr. Speaker, the Inclusive Education Policy of 2015 is anchored on the 1992 Constitution, the National Development Agenda, Ghana's Education Strategic Plan 2018 to 2030, and other international imperatives with a view to creating the enabling environment for addressing the diverse educational needs of Ghanaians, including persons with disability. The policy has been reviewed, but appears to be facing limited implementation fidelity and requires significant intervention for effective implementation. Mr. Speaker, during the Global Disability Summit in 2018, Ghana, through the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, made 8 commitments aimed at removing specific barriers that work against the inclusion of persons with disability in all levels of development. The 8 commitments are as follows: to eliminate stigma and discrimination against persons with disability, to promote inclusive education, to ensure routes to economic empowerment of persons with disability, to harness technology and innovation to better the lives of persons with disability, to build disaggregated data on persons with disability to inform policy formulation and implementation, to make adequate provision for women and girls with disabilities on account of the double discrimination, and mainstream disability into conflict and humanitarian responses and ensure accessibility for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, government has attempted to facilitate the achievement of these commitments by providing over 20,000 wheelchairs to Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations, providing students with disability in selected tertiary institutions with assistive technology-enabled devices, and training institutions to promote their digital inclusion, distributing 240 fit-for-purpose gender and disability-friendly school sanitation facilities to 23,870 school pupils of low-income communities in the Greater Accra metropolitan area through the Greater Accra Metropolitan Assembly Sanitation and Water Project, in addition to several ongoing interventions to improve their livelihood and well-being. Mr. Speaker, despite the foregoing successes, there is an urgent need for the National Council on Persons with Disability to be well-resourced and decentralized to perform its function well, to ensure proper mainstreaming of disability issues in all sectors at all levels. Section 41 of Ghana's Persons with Disabilities Act, Act 715, established the National Council on Persons with Disability as a state agency responsible for all disability-related issues. The objective of the Council is to propose and evolve policies and strategies to enable persons with disability enter and participate in the mainstream of national development processes at all levels. The Council is expected to monitor and evaluate disability policies and programs, formulate strategies for broad-based intersectorial, interdisciplinary involvement and participation in the implementation of the National Disability Policy, as well as play an advocacy role on disability issues at all levels. Since the establishment of the Council in 2009, it is yet to have an office beyond the national capital, and it is inadequately resourced. Mr. Speaker, it is important to bring to this august House the barriers that are impeding the full inclusion and effective participation of persons with disability, which are on the rise and are limiting persons with disabilities of their full potential and access to society. We are optimistic that drawing the attention of this House will start a nationwide dialogue, not just on policy implementation, but how, as Ghanaians, we can be more sensitive, more accommodating, and more conscious of persons with disability, and fully include them in the development of our dear nation, Ghana. We thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the gracious indulgence. It is our hope that you will refer this statement to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, as well as the appropriate parliamentary committee for further action. Most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Okaikwi South.
Mr. Speaker, please, the Honourable Member has already taken the statement, so there's no need.
So, you know how I thought you were part of it. Yes, let me come to Honourable Member for Trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement. Mr. Speaker, today, the whole world is about inclusiveness. The target is that we are not to leave anybody behind. Inclusiveness indicating that we are not to leave anybody behind. Mr. Speaker, if there's other group of people who are supposed to lead this journey of not leaving anybody behind, then it is the physically challenged. Because it is so easier to leave them behind. And especially the way we've conducted ourselves as history indicates. Very easy to leave them behind. Even it is even purported that at where they were giving birth to, parents easily get rid of them and leave them behind and disregard them, and the stigmatization continues. Mr. Speaker, therefore there's the need for inclusive education. And inclusive education easily can be identified with the physically challenged. Where the other group of people that are physically challenged, but it seems to be intangible, you can't see it. Mr. Speaker, and it is the slow learner, the less average student. The less average student or the slow learner is physically challenged. And it is the reason why we need a smaller number of class size, empower teachers to get very closer to the slow learner. And you know the slow learner is slow by sure. And therefore when he's able to get what he's supposed to grip on, he gets gripped on that one, and as slow as he is, become very sure. And therefore, that is one critical area that we have to look at, the slow learner. And that is why in the policy of this government, the government decided that the class A student must at all costs enroll 30% of the students from the rural areas. That is where you do see the slow learners. And when they come to the Achimotes and the precepts, you see those students performing. Those who had education at our cities and with the international school that we so call. Mr. Speaker, therefore there is supposed to be a deliberate policy to ensure that we are not leaving anybody behind. And it is very, very important. The physically challenged, Mr. Speaker, our attitude towards them is that bad. Mr. Speaker, recently I had a very peculiar experience at the airport. And when we compare the way we receive physically challenged even at our airport, and you just move out to maybe Heathrow Airport, and you see the attention given to physically challenged at Heathrow, and you compare it to Kotoka, you realize that we are really, really in trouble. We are not training people such that they will pay attention to the physically challenged. The person gets to the airport, if he doesn't make any approach to anybody, he or she is just left like that. But you just get to Heathrow Airport, and the moment they identify you are physically challenged, you don't need to do the approach. They come to you attend to you attentively. There are physically challenged students outside this country who have PAs, personal assistants. They are physically challenged who are visually impaired outside, where they have note takers, people who take their notes for them, and they are performing so well. There are physically challenged in this country who are so learned and brainy and doing a good job. And that is why inclusive education, we're supposed to ensure that within educational setting at the basic level, we should fuse the physically challenged and the non-physically challenged. In the classroom where a physically challenged is able to beat non-physically challenged to mathematics or to any subject, the stigmatization will go. After all, they are supposed to come into the world of work with those who are not physically challenged. And therefore, when they are in the same classroom and they are beating them to it, the respect and the dignity will be accorded to them. Mr. Speaker, so it's very important. Let's also look at the opportunity that we can create for them after they've had the best education and we get them jobs to do. They are very useful. There are things that they can do that the non-physically challenged cannot do. And I've seen some of them performing so well. Mr. Speaker, recently 2 of them wrote the Makola exams. 2 visually impaired. They wrote the Makola exams and they passed. One touch.
Honorable, what is Makola exams?
Mr. Speaker, I know you are a very renowned lawyer. A very renowned lawyer. Makola is the professional education for our law students. Is that not how we call it? Well, I've seen who are here for standing. It's what? Ghana School of Law, thank you, contract. 2 of them visually impaired, and they were the first visually impaired SHS to that University of the School of Law, so you call it. 2 of them. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, they had upper, second class upper, and the 2 of them Ghana School of Law entrance exams. One touch, and they passed. Mr. Speaker, so you can see that the moment they are empowered and they are given the opportunity to learn, they exhibit it. We see a lot of them by the roadside, Mr. Speaker, begging. Meanwhile, for all you know, if they were given the platform and to move on and to learn, they wouldn't be there begging. And therefore, we are telling parents and also trying to reach out to parents that these are people who can equally compete at all levels. They can only compete when they are given that platform, and they are given some advantageous platform that can lead them, leapfrog their abilities, and be able to do well. Let me stop here by associating myself to the statement made, and let's go by. We've done a lot. In fact, not to say Ghana haven't done a lot. Ghana has really done a lot for the physically challenged. But when you look at the gap between elsewhere, best practice, and where we are, we still have a big gap ahead of us. And I think putting ourselves together and having a deliberate policy to push them forward, we should be able to get them where they want to be. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by my Vanda mate. Honorable Apak. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me come to Medina. Honorable Member for Medina. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the makers of this all-important statement, because I've always maintained that the development of a nation is defined by how the nation treats its most vulnerable people. So how we treat persons with disability is very, very key
in this nation, and I am very happy that our colleagues brought this matter to the fore. Right Honorable Speaker, very, very unfortunately, we have as a nation consistently exhibited the lack of commitment to the cause of persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Disability Act, there was a 10 years moratorium for all public buildings to be disability friendly. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, there are agencies and government buildings across the state which are not disability friendly. Mr. Speaker, consistently, people in authority take decisions that completely undermine support for persons living with disability. For example, the recent decision to close all toll booths across the country. Mr. Speaker, you saw what happened. Because these toll booths are manned by persons with disability. We did not even consult them. There was no prior notice. They woke up one day and they said, you cannot work anymore. Mr. Speaker, it only shows how insensitive we have been as a people towards the cause of persons living with disability in this country. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to Article 15.1 of the 1992 Constitution, which says that, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read, says that the dignity of all persons shall be inviolable. The dignity of all persons, including persons living with disability. Very unfortunately, we have all undermined persons living with disability and undermined their dignity. How do we ensure that we promote and preserve the dignity of persons living with disability? Mr. Speaker, other nations through employment generation. For example, when you go to France, there is a piece of legislation that says that if you have a company with more than 20 workers, at least 6% must be persons living with disability. So if you are a business flouting these laws, you are made to pay. And when they pay, these monies are collected in one agency, which is used to support the cause of persons living with disability. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have not, as a nation, come up with policy directions and pragmatic steps that will protect persons living with disability. Mr. Speaker, finally, before I bring my comment to an end, if you look at Article 17 of our Constitution that says that all persons shall be equal before the law, it seems, even though the Constitution says that all persons shall be equal before the law, unfortunately, when it comes to persons living with disability, they are not accorded equal protection and equal opportunity before the law. It is on this note that I support the makers of the statement, and it is my hope that the statement will indeed be referred to appropriate committee so that pragmatic steps will be taken to protect persons living with disability in Ghana. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, let me come to a member for Ofolikro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate myself with the statement that has been made. And Mr. Speaker, to also associate myself concerns that my colleagues who have spoken before me have made. And Mr. Speaker, I think with this issue of implementing our Disability Act and taking actions to protect the dignity of persons living with disability, there are a couple of things that I find to be very practical that we should begin to work on. First of all, we need to start with data, that our various local assemblies are supposed to have data on persons living with disability. We need to find out to what extent are they complying with this requirement to have basic data about people who have some disabilities of a sort. Because without data, you are not able to plan for interventions to be able to deal with the challenges that these people will be facing. And so I would strongly want to suggest that the Ministry of Local Government must see to it that the requirement to have data on people living with disabilities in various MMDCs are taken on board seriously. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that is very basic that we can look at is the requirements. I recall that some time ago when we were passing the common fund formula, we directed that at least 20% of the funds that are allocated to disabilities should be used to support children with learning and development difficulties. I don't know whether the district assemblies have been complying with that kind of requirement and whether they are consciously allocating resources to make sure that children with autism and development challenges in the various districts have been targeted for this kind of support. And so I would also want to strongly urge that the local government ministry and the relevant parliamentary committee take charge and make sure that as part of our oversight, we ensure that the district assemblies are also complying with this. Mr. Speaker, the issues about disabilities, if we want to talk about it, we'll keep on talking and talking. But I think that the time has come for us to have a parliamentary caucus that will focus their advocacy on disability and people with all kinds of vulnerabilities. And so just like we have a population caucus, I think the time has come for the Parliament of Ghana to have a strong disability caucus that will continue to advocate for the rights of people with disabilities to be respected and advocate for policies that will target these people to be formulated and to be implemented. The last point I would like to say is on the issue of developing or integrating certain skills into the training of people who are providing critical services to the public, i.e. nurses and maybe the police. Mr. Speaker, we know that there was a time that the news reported of a pregnant woman who was deaf that had a complication, went to the hospital, and because she could not communicate with the nurses about what she is going through, she had to die. So our nursing training should be able to have just a course, a little component of training that will allow everybody who is in the forefront of providing critical service to be able to do basic, for example, sign language, to be able to provide, as it were, first aid or get some basic information to be able to assist people who may be in dire need. If somebody has a disability or is a deaf and has a problem and goes to the police station, how is that person going to be able to complain about whatever is worrying him? So we need to look at these basic, little things that we can do to make sure that we are giving true meaning to the dictates of the Act on Disability. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much and commend the maker of the statement.
Very well. May I come to the leadership? Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Yes, I rise to thank the makers of the statement in recognition of the International Day of People Living with Disability. Mr. Speaker, as part of our laws, we have laws making provision for part of the District Assembly Common Fund to be spent in the interest of these people who are with disability. But there is one thing that we do not take critical look at. It's about how the assemblies are utilizing this fund. are they actually using this fund in the interest of the people that are supposed to benefit? Mr. Speaker, Public Accounts Committee, in our rounds, you will see that most of the assemblies will misuse the fund allocated for people with disability. You see them using part of this fund for other things. And we direct them at the committee level to refund the money
back to the account and use it for the people with disabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very important thing that all of us
should take interest in and ensure that in our various assemblies do not misuse the fund and misapply the fund, but rather use the fund
for the benefit of people with disability. It is only this way that